Good. Whoa, what happened there? I guess I'm still half asleep. No, I'm not. I just drank my coffee, so hopefully I will be fine. Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome back to Dark Souls 2. Okay, first of all, quick apology for yesterday. I actually wasn't able to do an afternoon stream as I had planned. Yeah, I need to take a look at that going forward. I thought that I was able to do like a lunch break and then like an afternoon stream, but yesterday my morning stream took longer than I expected, and with doing lunch and a couple of other things, it gets very late then. I have to see about that, right? I try to figure out a little bit of a stream schedule for the first time, so please bear with me on that. I think I'm also gonna, like, there's this feature on Twitch that lets you put in like a stream schedule. Probably going to try to use that going forward, and just put in the times that I can definitely do. And then if there's anything beyond that, I guess it's better to do it that way than to, say, all right, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, and that not, and then not being able to do it. So hopefully it will be fine going forward. But yeah, back to the game. Let's get back into it. So I'm still kind of, well, I wouldn't say blown away. Obviously, it's a Dark Souls game. There's going to be multiple levels, multiple things that you can do, but it does feel like Dark Souls 2 is very, very open. At the beginning of the game, there's just a lot of areas that you can explore, and definitely a sense of, well, I mean, the thing that I am sticking to currently is just using the in-game travel menu, right? When you're selecting your bonfire and you travel to another place, I'm just using that to basically decide what areas I'm doing, and hopefully that'll be fine. I mean, there's still obviously some secrets. Again, as I said multiple times, the Forest of Fallen Giants, there's still something there that I want to get, right? Some items that I know of that I still don't have, I just don't know how to access them. So hopefully I will be coming back to that place and getting them at some point. But yeah, that's just very interesting to me. Again, Dark Souls 1 did do somewhat of a similar thing, where you have, well, a lot of ways you can go, but to be completely honest, it limits you in other ways, or at least I felt like in Dark Souls 1, it still fairly clearly sort of guided you in a specific direction that you would go in. Not necessarily first, but there was still less of a, I guess, openness that Dark Souls 2 feels like it has. But maybe that's going to feel completely different once I actually progress more through the game, right? There's a big chance that it just might, at some point click and I realize, oh yeah, this is how the game world is built up, and this is where I can go or can't go, and those kinds of things, right? Is there anything else? Not really. Let's get back into it. And then also, well, one thing that I wanted to try out, I already talked about that last time a little bit, but I do want to try and engage with the items that I have a bit more than I typically did in the past, which will mean that I will try the PvP, or rather not PvP, but online items. It's not necessarily PvP, right? Okay, let me see. One thing I think I might have forgotten yesterday was to upgrade my Estus for a second time, because I did find the other soldier, or knight, not soldier, the other knight with the big shield with the sun on it. I found a second one when I continued in Heights Tower. So let's upgrade that. It's really interesting. Why does it say some force? They could have literally put no text there and it would have been fine. But they decided to specifically say that, as if there was some unknown force doing that. I mean, I guess there is supposed to be, right? Just don't really know what it is, who it is, why it's there. He's quite fascinating, to be sure. Alright, let me check one thing again. Yeah, alright. Just want to make sure that the audio is actually coming through. Okay, one thing that I also said yesterday is that I am going to try... Now, do I actually want to purchase more life gems? I feel like I have enough, although, considering that I still have some souls left over, let's just get a couple more. Just so that I don't waste my souls. I do want to... Well, I probably don't want to purchase more than like 20. I'm close to that now, right? 19, yeah. So probably don't want to purchase any more. Guess we'll see about that though. So one thing that I also said was that I actually wanted to go back to Heights Tower, I guess, quote unquote, the normal way, which is not this way. I just wanted to... Oh, right. This is the other covenant, right? Right. I already unlocked that. Like a covenant for PvP, I think. And... Okay, so this should hopefully be the way to get me back to Heights Tower. Aha! Who are you? See? This is why it's definitely beneficial to do things like this. So I think that's isn't that the woman that I found in Heights Tower shortly after I did the boss fight? I think it is, right? And that's why it's definitely worth it to go back to areas you've already been to, because I kind of... Well, I wouldn't say that I completely forgot. It's just not something that I specifically focused on. At some point, I probably would have remembered that there was like this room and wondered where it went, or where it was originally. I wonder if she has anything to do with this. Now, when I first saw this device, right, because it has this square symbol on it, I thought that these stones that you can purchase, the ones that, well, at least in my case, the first that I got, I inserted into this face-looking thing on the wall. In the Forest of Fallen Giants, there is a room downstairs somewhere where you can insert the square stone into that face, and it opens up like a secret door with 2 treasure chests behind it, right? But when I first saw the stone, I kind of thought that it would be used here, because it's square, right? Then again, arguably this device looks very different. This device does look more, I guess, sophisticated, right? It looks a bit more built up, a bit less, what's the word? It just looks, well, cleaner, I guess. That's what I'm trying to say. All right, let's actually talk to her. Let's see what she says.
An honor to see you again. This room is not as it seems.
Yeah, no
There
shit.
are 2, not 1 pathway is leading out. And only this lovely thing reveals the other path. And this, you lovely thing, only runs on miracles. Shall I provide you with one?
Move path. So she can do that? I wonder if... Alright, let me check one thing.
The gods frown upon such soul scrimpers.
Thanks for the shade that you're throwing on me there. Okay, so she is actually in Majula, more or less, right? I mean, this is a very, very short path to get back to her. Still no idea why there's bloodstains all over the place. I don't know why people would die specifically here. I mean, even if you attacked her or whatever, like, why would you run into this corridor? But I don't know. So there's very clearly there's this path. Now, question being obviously, where does it lead? No idea. The one thing that I wanted to check back on was this leads to Heights Tower, correct? Still with the weird, like, charging? What is that supposed to mean? And I don't think there was anything more to this path, right? I found the treasure chest. Then there's this door here. Let's just go through it. I just want to know. I really want to check back because it always. Sometimes you just see new things, right? Sometimes you maybe see like an additional way that you didn't see before, or something else, right, that you might have missed. It doesn't look like it, but I just want to make sure. So this technically should lead me to, yes, this leads back to Heights Tower of Flame. And interestingly enough, I also noted that yesterday, right? He's now walking around, and I don't know what prompted that. I also don't know what it means, to be completely honest. But we'll get back to that as soon as I figure out what kind of other path there might be with her, talking about that. So I'm pretty much certain that I'm not missing anything here. There also isn't any kind of notable secret or secret wall or whatever. Which means that it should be fine going forward for me to only use fast travel to Heights Tower if I want to go back there. That should pretty much be what I'm doing. One thing coming back here, I mentioned that I think in like the first stream or something, first or second stream might have been that. So while they definitely very, very much improved a lot about the game, transitions like this are still weird. Like, the lighting change is too noticeable, right? The filter that they're laying over the screen that makes this section greener and the other place more bluish, it's just too noticeable to have that change. It's just a bit unfortunate. I know what they're trying to go for and the effect that they're trying to achieve, and while you're in a certain area, it's completely fine. It's just... especially after the big problems that Dark Souls 1 has with effects like this. It's a bit unfortunate that they didn't improve on it further, but at the same time, it's also not that big of a deal.
Just
all right.
Speak up if you're in need of miracles. That's why I'm here, after all.
So I did purchase, I think, the healing miracle, and I also purchased the this thing. And at first I thought that I was going to go for those two, but now that I have Estus plus 5, or rather Estus plus 2 and 5 Estus, and also a lot more life gems, I think, using heal probably isn't really worth it. Now, the issue is, right, and the reason why I wanted to level Faith to begin with, is so that I can just try out different things, But considering how much I would need, so I would essentially need to level up attunement to 10, which is 4 more levels, and then level up faith at least to 12. If I want to use more interesting stuff like lightning spear, for example, I would, as you can see, need to level it up to 22. And that overall is just a bit too much. I mean, there's still the possibility that I might do it at some point, right? I don't necessarily know if or where there are maybe certain soft caps to leveling. I'm actually not quite sure if I ever discovered those in Dark Souls 1. I think I ended on, what was it, like level 125 or something it might have been in Dark Souls, maybe even more. Though that was with most of the DLC completed, I think. So the thing is, I'm always reminded of, I think the game where it's most, like, where it's easiest to see is probably Bloodborne, because Bloodborne has a very, very clear sort of soft cap, or, well, not really soft cap, but a change in how much something levels at 25, and I think the second one is at 40, right? And at those points, the amount of increase that you get from one level clearly changes. So much so that it's actually, I think, it was more worth it to level dexterity to 25 than to increase strength beyond 25. Something like that. Or maybe it was increasing strength beyond 40. I'm not entirely, like, I don't remember that exactly. It's been a fairly long time, but there are definitely these very clear caps or very clear changes in how much you level in Bloodborne. Now, I don't know whether or not that exists here, so it might not be worth it after a while, for example, to change strength from 40 to 41. And if I notice something like that, maybe I'll go back and put things into faith. It's just a bit unfortunate. I would really, really like to use these things, right? But at the same time, well, there are two reasons. First of all, I just don't like leveling faith because, well, mostly because of RPG reasons. I don't want my character to have faith, right? That's not the character that I want to play. But I would very, very much like to try out these different things. But we'll see, right? Maybe there is a different way to do that. I remember actually in the first game, I think there was a charm that would let you use miracles with your intelligence stat. I never really tried that out. That was just I think the description suggested that that was possible, but I never tried out whether or not it actually worked like that. But the description seemed to say, oh, yeah, by the way, if you use this charm, you can cast miracles without having the actual faith stat, just by having the intelligence level to that particular level. So that might be something, if there is something like that in this game as well, that might be something to check out, because if I actually find a sorcerer, I might be inclined to level intelligence. But yeah, we'll see about that. So there isn't really anything here that I could purchase except for this ring, which increases faith, which doesn't really help me either because I would still need the attunement slots, I guess. Let's talk to her a bit more.
You must have strong faith in the gods. Miracles began as tales told by gods. We preserve their will with law, pray to their greatness, and are blessed in return. You must nourish your faith.
So, what she just said is definitely something that some of the item descriptions from the miracles already also told us, right? The miracles are actually sort of written down stories, apparently, like things that were written down over history that are related to the gods. Now, interestingly enough, they don't really say what kind of gods. They're just saying gods, right? I think in the first game that was also a thing, right? I do remember them more or less mentioning the same thing. And the first game, well, Dark Souls 1 does have sort of a lot of, how can I put this, more existential things going on. So not only do you go to like the Tomb of Giants, you also go to things like the Ashen Lake. You go to, why can't I remember its name? Like the big lava area where you fight the weird tree thing, like the very, very horrible boss fight that they have there. And isn't that technically one of the gods that's been turned evil or something? So the first game very directly more or less mentions that you are in fact interacting with, I guess, the overall forces of the world. It's, for example, it's also mentioned that, so the place where Dark Souls 1 takes place, right, where Firelink Shrine is and everything, there are these big trees, which are a running theme through the game. And if you look out to the horizon, you can clearly see you're sort of above the cloud level, right? Suggesting that wherever you are is very, very high up, much higher up than the rest of the world, apparently. And it's being held up there by big trees. Although how that sort of interacts with Ashen Lake, what that represents, the backgrounds there, is a bit of a struggle to understand, because the biggest problem that Dark Souls 1 has in terms of its visuals, is that, as I mentioned, I think yesterday, a lot of the backgrounds seem on a very, very basic technical level. Like, a lot of the backgrounds seem like they didn't actually have time or budget, or maybe the engine wasn't good enough or whatever to actually produce proper backgrounds that would tell you anything, really, right? So a lot of the game beyond the actual play space just looks empty, more or less, except for there are some exceptions. For example, when you meet, oh god, I forgot his name, Sunbro. I cannot remember his name. Well, you know who I'm talking about, right? The knight with the sun crest on his chest. The point where he's standing, that's directly in front of the bridge where the dragon first appears. If you look out over the clouds, there is a very nice sort of sunshine effect. Probably one of the best backgrounds in the whole game, which is also why people, well, that's where Praise the Sun comes from, right? So the background there is quite beautiful. It's not very detailed either, but they in that case, they definitely got the most of what they had in terms of technical limits out of that particular background. The problem is a lot of the rest of the game doesn't have that. I think there is a moment, for example, after you've basically conquered the dark parts of the Tomb of Giants, you can sort of look over to Ashen Lake. You see it in the distance, and you can also see the lava area, and both just look weird and sort of out of place, right? They don't look like the world's properly connected. They look more like a cheap background asset or something that doesn't really fit with what they were going for. I really don't know how else to put it, but that sort of, those technical limitations make it very hard to understand what the world of Dark Souls 1 is actually supposed to be like, right? Because it feels very much like an amalgamation of just different levels that have been sort of forcefully put together, which I know there is, like, it does make sense. I'm not saying that it doesn't make sense, because I think there are definitely hints and bits and pieces in the lore where it's basically telling you, oh yeah, the sort of dimensions or the physical realm that you're in has been warped, right? And it has been changed, and things that were once completely different locations might have been warped into being closer together than they were supposed to be, for example, right? So in a way, it still makes sense. Like, the world of Dark Souls 1 makes sense the way it is. Maybe. But it's, what I'm saying is just because of the very lacking visuals. Sometimes it's kind of hard to tell, oh, is this just a bad asset? Is this just, did they not have the proper time and budget to sort of go back over the section and actually make it look like it belongs together? Or is it supposed to be like that in the sense that they were actually going for it looking very out of place, right? That's something that I was really, really struggling with in the first game. Now, in terms of those visuals, Dark Souls 2 looks a lot tighter, right? At least everything I've been to so far in Dark Souls 2 looks a lot more like an actual place, right? There's still very distinct levels with very distinct visuals, but they do, like, visually connect a lot better than in the first game, right? I'm purely talking visuals here, not the actual gameplay layout. I would say that Dark Souls 1, which is also why I think a lot of people like it, in terms of its actual level design, is pretty good for the most part, except for later levels. It's just that visually the levels look really poor. Why did I actually start with this? Oh, probably because of the weird transition between the levels? Oh no, we were talking about miracles as well, right? How did I get from miracles to level design? Whatever. So the levels, oh right, because of the gods, right? So, well, I haven't actually explored that much of Dark Souls 2 so far, so maybe there's going to be more about the actual gods. I mean, we also forgot about this theme of forgetting things when you turn hollow, but also the fact that there are apparently 4 very strong souls that we need to collect. Maybe those are tied to the gods. We don't really know at this point.
Miracles have been passed down through us since the first flame. Isn't it extraordinary to think they've existed since the very origins of the world? And now, you can have this power for yourself. Don't miss out on the road to enlightenment.
Okay, so very directly mentioning the origins of the world, which was apparently the first flame. I think that's something that is mentioned at the beginning of Dark Souls 1 and then sort of never again, until the end maybe? The first flame. So things that I remember are that I think there was definitely an age before that though, right? So the first flame here referenced as the origins of the world. Isn't that basically just the origins of the human world? So humans were able to better live when the first flame came about. I have actually no idea whether or not what I'm saying here is true or not. But that's at least parts of it that I remember, is that the first flame was, well, I don't know why it was created or how it was created, but it was sort of the start of the human world, right? Wasn't there also some kind of betrayal by like a dragon or something? Or was that something else? Sometimes these things flow together in weird ways. But before that, wasn't the Age of Dragons before that? Before the first flame was linked? And was it dark before it was linked? It's always, when you think about the first flame, and you think about what was before, was the world actually dark? So, was the sun also created together with the first flame, for example? Those are very fundamental questions in terms of how the world works, right?
What is the first flame?
Oh, she actually talks about that. Great.
Well, it's... You're not ready to comprehend it, I'm afraid.
You think?
You require more faith and more miracles. Many more miracles.
Huh. I wonder if she's just trying to make me buy stuff, or if she would actually tell me more with more faith. I don't just want to level up faith to get to know what she's talking about. Also, I think I mentioned that once as well. How does the currency work? Because if she's talking about faith, right? If she's very faithful to the gods and everything, why would she want souls? Right? That is something that is definitely not really talked about in game, at least so far. What's the lore behind that? Souls are a very, very integral part to the game, and yet they've never really told us why everybody wants them, first of all, but also, most importantly, how that actually works. Because, well, it doesn't it, at least from it's never mentioned in game, again, as I said, but just from a sort of perspective of what do you feel when you think about that, it's her taking souls away from me, who's desperately, at least, essentially fighting to not turn hollow. In a way, isn't that going against what she's saying? So her having faith in the gods, wouldn't that mean that she would be against, well, taking souls from us? That seems like a very contradictory action. Taking away souls from us as a being that seems very, well, not necessarily weak, but certainly weak in terms of your, I guess, mental state, right? Slowly turning hollow, potentially forgetting things, being cursed as well. I mean, even that in and of itself, right? She's taking souls from a cursed being and then giving us miracles in return. I guess that's the reason that she would give you miracles and hope that you acquire faith. So in that sense, I guess she's taking it more of in a way of, oh, well, I'm taking away maybe those bad influences on you, those souls that you've acquired by slaying hollows, and giving you back faith and, miracles, which are stories of the gods, right? I mean, in that sense, I guess it works. It is interesting to me, though, that particular sort of interaction of NPCs taking souls from you isn't really mentioned all that much. Though, to be completely honest, the very fact that enemies drop souls is also not necessarily mentioned. I guess it's very clearly a gameplay mechanic, obviously, but, turning hollow is as well, and yet it's mentioned far more. Oh, she She wants souls for that as well, huh? Okay.
No need for miracles.
Well, I guess I wanted to check out the Tower of Height as well. I don't think that I necessarily overlooked anything. Or probably would have been quicker to actually go back to the bonfire in Medulla, but whatever. So I don't think that I've never necessarily overlooked anything during those first parts of Heights Tower. I do want to go back to where the worm was and see if that has changed somewhat after I defeated Dragon Rider. Though, well, logically speaking, it probably shouldn't, considering that I most likely killed the person that was riding the worm previously, which I guess the worm wouldn't be very happy about, if you think about it like that, but... I forgot that he also has like a third attack sometimes. He is very quick with his attacks, right? I probably, you know what? I should probably... Can I actually do that? I think the bonfires in Dark Souls 1... Yeah, you can. Interesting. Maybe they just weren't close enough to it, but don't the bonfires in Dark Souls 1... like their flame... What's the word for it? Their flame gets smaller, right? When enemies are very, very close and you aren't actually able to use the bonfire. I think. I'm not 100% actually on that. But I think I remember that. Although maybe I'm thinking about something different. Maybe I'm thinking about how... I think you just can't... light a bonfire while enemies are still close if you've never been to one. I think I may remember that in Dark Souls 1. Right, so one thing that I wanted to come back to is also these enemies. So when you first enter this area, they are passive. Some of them, right? Not all of them, but some of them. I need to keep an eye on not pulling both of them. So yeah, some of them are passive, especially these first two ones. So I wonder if the reason for that might be... holy shit! They turn around so quickly. Oh, also their reach is weird. So, in terms of pure gameplay, I think the reason could just be that they didn't want to make it overly difficult, right? If you'd enter this area for the first time and they would immediately be active, then that would be quite a struggle, I think. I mean, it's still kind of a struggle for me to actually defeat them, because while they can't damage me through my shield anymore, considering that it has 100% physical damage reduction, they're just very quick in their attacks. So even if I block them, well, it still drains my stamina. And I'm struggling to find a proper opening in their attacks. Oh, by the way, my equipment, yes, I put it on. I put on this ring. So I'm inflicting less poise damage. Which I don't know if it would help me against these guys, but I'm getting more souls out of defeating them. I guess I just need to train a little bit more, but yeah, the problem is that they have very quick attacks. I wonder if you want to strafe around them. Like, see? after my attack, it was impossible for me to block him. Which, I don't know what I'm supposed to make of that. Strafing around them does seem to help, though. I don't know what I'm supposed to make of the fact that it's kind of impossible to block after you've attacked yourself. That just seems weird. Whoa! That attack is definitely something. That was a very, very quick attack. Yeah, I'm really unsure how you're supposed to fight them. Oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah, I probably want to keep an eye on that. The game also never explains, at least in terms of lore, why enemies return to their original positions when you rest at a bonfire. I don't know what's going on with these guys. The weird thing about it is that they have these very quick attacks, and that's what's tripping me out. They seem a lot quicker than anything else. Be wary of Dark Spirit? What kind of Dark Spirit? They seem a lot quicker than anything else I've witnessed so far. Especially, like, the difference between them and these guys is especially noticeable, right? They are very, very slow. They're very easy to defeat almost. Whereas the other guys are incredibly challenging in a lot of ways. And also considering that you can very easily pull them, like they aggro very easily onto you and in general are just... Nope. Okay, did not expect that third hit. I should probably heal before engaging with him. Oh. Well, it seems fairly easy to backstab them. Which is maybe what you're supposed to do? Hide Knight's Sword. Okay, okay. Now we might be getting somewhere. Hide Knight's Sword. Straight sword originating in hide. A special alloy makes it very durable. Originating... Why is this place called Hide? Because it's called Hyde's Tower of Flame, and I, for some reason, thought that Hyde was like a person, or maybe a king, or, well, someone. But this makes it almost seem like Hyde's just literally the name of the place. I mean, it could still be technically named after some sort of king or whatever, right? But, The composition of the alloy of these swords remains a mystery, but in Drunk Lake, the attempt to imitate it resulted in the similar Braden steel. What was the other thing that I got from here? Old Knight. I think this dropped from one of the big dudes. I'm still really confused why there's these two very distinct enemy types here. What is that supposed to mean? What does it... Oh, it's actually... I could wield it. Interesting. Definitely a lot worse than the mace, although the mace is upgraded, right? It also just looks like a normal sword, weirdly enough. So the problem that I have with these things, right, is the fact that they were sitting down at the beginning led me to believe that they were defeated by the big dudes, right? So they were sitting on the ground, pretty much defeated. They looked like they were close to dying. And I thought that that was because, well, they were the original inhabitants of this place. And then the big dudes rolled in and, well, defeated them, apparently, maybe. But that doesn't really seem to be the case. So they're definitely the original Heights people, I think. Well, at least that's what their armor and weapons are called, apparently. But I don't know. It's at this point seems pretty impossible to discern what their deal is. Why do they look so defeated, and why do both of these people exist here? And also, if the big dudes are dropping the cracked blue orbs, then aren't they the blue sentinels the Crestfallen was talking about? I mean, again, I could be completely wrong here, right? Completely misinterpreting these kinds of things. But at the same time, I don't know. It just seems to be very weird in terms of what's going on here. Hailstone? Is that a new item? I don't remember that. Let me see. Palestone. Why am I not remembering that? Is that like an upgrade material? It is. Removes additional powers from equipment. An altered state of Titanite. Use on a weapon or shield to undo all imbued powers. This does not revert reinforcement, but undoes imbued powers such as magic, fire, poison, etc. Oh. Cool. I wonder why they dropped that. So Titanite was discovered in an ancient layer of Earth, almost seemingly, I mean, the material that I would attribute it to in our world, if you want to draw like parallels, it might have been coal, something akin to that, at least in the terms of how it was created, right? I mean, obviously it's said to be a gift of the gods, but it very much seems like it's just a material that might have been created inside the earth over like millennia by like physical forces or whatever, right? And then people found it at some point and obviously said, oh, this is very useful, so it must have been by, brought to us by the gods or whatever. One of the original slabs that provided the world with all forms of Titanite. I wonder if this is just literally just a like slightly different physical form, maybe dependent on where you find it or something. So Palestone clearly referencing the fact that there is... Yeah, I don't know. Give me a second. Okay, sorry about that. So yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, pale stone. Just very interesting, right? Are these just literally different kinds of stones that just originate from different places? We don't really know. There doesn't really seem to be much more to it. I don't... This area... I know that I keep coming back to it, but it's just so strange in so many ways. Maybe I'm just overestimating these white dudes, like the Hyde dudes. They just seem so different from a lot of other enemies that I've encountered so far, right? They just seem a lot more challenging in terms of their gameplay mechanics, essentially. And I don't know if that's just because I'm really not used to having fairly quick enemies, or if... See, like, that attack is just ridiculous to me. That is so quick that it just doesn't... It doesn't really seem to fit with the core gameplay that you have in this game. Also, again, he was turning way, way quicker than most other enemies usually do. I don't really know what it is, like, especially if you then consider the other enemies. They seem much, much easier. The boss, I think, in my first boss attempt on that Dragon Rider, he did not hit me once, I'm pretty certain. So, I'm just really confused as to why these white dudes exist in this way. And it would be different if none of them would have been active the first time around, right? If they would have all just been sitting down, not being active, and completely passive, right? And you'd only fight the big dudes at first, and then you defeat the boss and the other ones get up, right? Then it would have made sense. But two of them over there, where you go to the worm, were active before I defeated the boss. So how does that work? And then also, why are they active now? That seems to suggest, so the boss very clearly belonged to the big dudes, right? If they are, in fact, like two different factions. And if the boss belonged to the big dudes, then maybe me defeating the boss sort of gave the other guys the confidence to now rise up again and fight for their country, maybe? What's the meaning here? Or maybe am I trying to just interpret too much into things that are maybe just a simple, like, level mechanic, or I don't know. But again, the interesting part being that with this as well, right? Now suddenly the other two guys are attacking. Why? Why aren't they all attacking at once? Is that really purely just a gameplay thing that they wanted you to get through this part more easily? Or is it something else? Obviously now they're staggering their attacks, making it very annoying to fight against them. Yeah, that was pretty bullshit. Did I hit him? I don't think I did. Also, just in general, the game doesn't really lend itself to fighting multiple enemies. And I don't know why they insist on putting multiple enemies in front of you. I don't really get it. That's an issue in Dark Souls 1 as well, not as much as it seems to be here, all things considered. But the fact that two enemies can... I mean, well, maybe you could argue that the whole point of it is that you need to learn to bait out their attacks in a way where they both attack at once. Wait, now he's sitting down? No, he's getting up. Weird. Isn't that weird? Of course, now I aggro both of them. Why? I'm also still completely oblivious to how I'm actually triggering the backstab. Because, well, logically, you would think that the backstab very obviously, you know, appears when you backstab someone, meaning you're hitting them in the back, right? Either it's just incredibly inconsistent, or I'm missing something. Also, oh, for fuck's sake, really? He's turning back now, I think. Hopefully. Ooh. Good. I don't know, the weird breathing effect. Maybe I'm also misinterpreting that. I think... Well, I think it's the same sound effect that they play with knights or something in the first game. I think there is nothing really to it. I think it's purely just, well, they wear a helmet, so they have that effect on them, right? But once again, these guys, both of them, are sitting down and getting up automatically for some reason. Whereas the other guys were sitting down the whole time, not getting up. And then... I really don't get their attack pattern. I mean... Alright, so I think they're doing... If they're doing that, right, if they're standing still for a prolonged period of time, then they're using their very quick attack. And then they sometimes use their very quick attack as well if you lower the shield. Like that back attack, I think they're doing if they notice you lowering your shield or something. But again, they're just seemingly a lot more challenging than anything else I've encountered. And I don't have a problem with that, it's just weird. Why are they so much more challenging? Why are all the other enemies, even the, I guess, quote-unquote more challenging ones, like the trolls, for example, even they were very slow in their attacks. Even the pursuer guy and his copy in the things betwixt. All of them are very slow. These guys are so much more quicker. Now that's it, alright. So I think it's just you literally kind of have to hit R1 directly behind them. I think there isn't really anything more to it. It's just that it's probably not that easy to do. So the problem I think is, with him it's a bit easier because he has a lance, or spear, whatever, and he stays still for longer after he attacks. Whereas the other guys with the sword, they're much quicker, and they also have that one sort of back attack. I don't know what I really want to call it, but if you stand behind them, they can still hit you, right? So if you don't manage to get the backstab, they can very quickly use that opening and hit you. But yeah, they have like very quick attacks that only take up a couple of frames, even like seemingly too quick for the mechanics of the game that you have. Okay, so he just works the exact same way he did before. So no way for me to get through it, I think. I mean, one of the messages that I read said something about ranged combat, but I'm certainly not going to sit here shooting him with a bow for probably ages. I mean, I know, I've seen a couple of people... Isn't that the first dragon that you encounter in Dark Souls 1? You can shoot off his tail? Do you have to shoot it off? I don't know. That is like very boring and really, really uninteresting to do, because it has a very large health pool. But yeah, I'm not shooting him with a bow. Although, that being said, I could maybe try to get in a hit or two, just to see how much HP he potentially has. Let me switch to the crossbow. I can't use the bow currently, right? So if I use the crossbow... Fire arrows? Oh, the bolts are down here. Never mind. Maybe I should have done that before. The problem is you can't aim it, right? So I probably can't even get close enough to aim it at him. Considering he probably immediately blasts me with fire. Okay, that's... like, how... What the fuck is that hitbox? Seriously. Nope. Yeah, that's not going to work. Definitely not going to work. And I can't shoot him from here. Unless... No, you can't. That's just the shield bash. Or can you... Oh, wait. Can I actually aim it? Wait. Did he even shoot? The fuck? I think you can aim it this way, right? Yeah, you can. It's just... It's not really showing you where the fuck you're actually... Is it just... Wait a second. So it definitely has a curve to it. Alright, that's flying above him. Oh, I hit him. That's not good. But... Whoa! Okay. Okay. So he's jumping up and doing some sort of fireball attack, if I'm doing that. Are you doing that again? For a second there, I thought he was actually flying towards me. But I think he just got up and shot a fireball at me. So it can hit him. I think he has about... It looked like about 1,500 HP or something, considering that the bolt... Yeah, it's just... I don't know, I think I just got lucky with that hit, because he now seems to be out of range. Which is dumb, but okay. At least you can aim like this in this game. Not like in Dark Souls 1 with the crossbow, at least to my knowledge, is completely useless. Well, whatever. So I could technically defeat him this way, but I really don't want to. I mean, that seems like the most boring and an uninteresting way to engage with anything in this game, so I'd imagine, so either there's going to be a different way of doing that, or at some point I just get better ranged weapons or something. I mean, if, I don't know that, but if the bow has a larger range, does it actually tell me something about that? I don't think that let me see, standard crossbow can be held in one hand. Use arrows to hit enemies from afar to gain the upper hand. I think that you can probably properly aim bows, and they also probably have a bigger range on them, I'd imagine, compared to the crossbow. So maybe that might be... I mean, currently, I have more than enough options to proceed. Right? So I'm not going to sit here trying to kill that thing. But in the future, I might level up my dexterity to 12. I mean, that's literally just 2 levels, so it might be worth it doing that. I wonder if it... am I strafing in the wrong direction, maybe? I am. Okay. See, for some reason, that didn't... Alright, now I got it. So yeah, if you're strafing left, which is kind of counterintuitive as well, especially considering how the Pursuer works. So with the Pursuer, you want to dodge into his shield, right? Because otherwise, he has this kind of... What would you call it? Like a low swing? The Pursuer, right? If he flies towards you, the way he hits with his weapon is he does this very low swing, or upper swing, I guess you would call it, right? So he basically holds his weapon very low and then does sort of an uppercut when he's flying towards you, when he's doing his charge attack. And also when he's doing his 3-hit combo as well. So if you dodge into his shield, you can't be hit by that, because he's holding his weapon in his right hand, obviously. Whereas if you dodge into his weapon, you can get unlucky with your iframes. I guess probably if you level adaptability, that might be easier to do, but at least at the beginning of the game, and with my stats and with what I was doing during that fight, I got hit more than not when I was dodging into his weapon hand. So you want to dodge into his shield hand. Whereas with these guys, it's very different, because if you strafe around them like that, like I was just doing, and you're walking basically around their non-weapon hand, the way they turn doesn't actually let you get in a backstab. And they're too quick and turn around and hit you that way. But if you strafe around left, they, through their attack, immediately, well, practically turn in a way where you can backstab them very easily. I mean, they're very clearly a completely different type of enemies, so it makes sense that they wouldn't be... Like, it's good, right, that they work in a different way compared to the Pursuer. And I guess now that I know how to deal with them, they're also a lot less scary, I guess. Not that they were scary before, but they definitely took a lot of resources from me, because I wasn't properly, like, I didn't properly know how to fight them. It's still strange to me, though, like, the amount that is required to learn how you fight them seems very, very different. Like, you actually have to approach them strategically in a way that you say, alright, you know, it's not intuitive, I guess is what I'm saying. Whereas with all the other enemies that I fought so far in this game, it's, yes, of course you get hit, right, if you don't know how they work. You will get hit, they will take away your resources. There's going to be enemies that can overwhelm you, or just in general are very, very strong. But all of the enemies that I've encountered so far before these guys, especially in the Forest of the Fallen Giant, very much seemed like your typical Dark Souls enemies, right? They're all very similar to what you encounter in the first game. And then suddenly these guys appear and seem to have attacks that are just a lot quicker. A lot quicker even compared to, for example, the big knights that you can fight in Dark Souls 1 at the beginning, right? So in those beginning levels in Dark Souls 1, there's a couple of those big knight dudes that are very clearly they're meant to be a very challenging enemy, right? Because they do a lot of damage, they have a lot of health when you start out the game, but even they have fairly slow attacks. And I know that, I think Dark Souls 2 is quicker in general, so you already see sort of where FromSoft was going with Dark Souls 2. And now their games, obviously Bloodborne and Sekiro, being a lot quicker than Dark Souls 1, right? But it's still, I don't know. Well, one of their very quick attacks definitely has that tell, right? But again, that is something you have to be, I don't know, a lot more mindful of compared to the other enemies. Also, they seem to react much quicker, right? So the small white dudes, if you lower your shield, for example, or they also have a 3-hit combo, but they can very, very quickly decide to only use 2 hits. Whereas these guys, for example, once they're sort of locked into their attack, see? He was still hitting twice. Even though, oh, well, now I forgot about that 3rd hit, obviously, but he's much more locked in compared to the other ones, right? I don't know, it's just, And I get that they would introduce like quicker enemies or more challenging enemies or whatever, like enemies that you have to fight in a different way. It's just, again, the way they're introducing them here is just strange to me because, well, they sit around seemingly broken and like defeated, and then they suddenly come back to life, and I don't know, like the whole situation is just very, very strange. Okay, so I've gone through this area again now, and I think I am probably going to continue with the Wharf, right? Because I could probably try and defeat the worm, but I don't really want to if it actually requires ranged combat. So the No Man's Wharf would then logically be the next place that I want to check out. But before I do that, well, first of all, let me spend my souls. I think that's probably the next best idea.
Bearer of the curtain, seek soul, seek less.
Okay. I think that's about 2 levels, so what do I need currently? I don't need equipment loads. I don't want to go for faith. I have a lot of strength. I could go for these 2 dexterity levels to be able to use the bow. At least that way I would be sure whether or not I could proceed to where the dragon is. I could go for adaptability, considering that at some point I have to go back to that gutter place where they're poisoning me. Having higher resistances might be worth it. And considering it also increases the speed with which you consume items. You know what? Let me get this to 10 first, simply so that it's at 10. At some point, I do want to increase my intelligence, but I don't know when. I still need the NPC that will tell me and tell me about sorceries and also sell them to me, obviously. Since I already have 18 strength, it might be a good idea to go for more HP at this point, to be completely honest. Also, I still have a lot of souls that I could use. Well, not necessarily a lot, but certainly a couple. I think these were 800, weren't they? So this should give me like another level. Okay. I don't know if I want to increase my stamina further though. I mean, it is very useful, but at the same time, so far, to be completely honest, the only instances where I had problems with stamina was when I wasn't entirely sure how I should fight certain types of enemies, right? That's when you lose a lot of stamina because you're essentially blocking the entire time trying to figure out what you're supposed to do, and you're jumping away and all that kind of stuff. So having more endurance seemed worth it at that point. But now I'm kind of debating leveling up Vigor more. I don't know, Vigor... Well, obviously, having more HP in general is just a very good idea in Dark Souls, I feel like. Oh, you know what I forgot? I could have... yeah, I could have checked out the rotating room. Do I want to do that? Let me do that very quickly. I have... For a second there, I forgot about it completely. I could have used the 2,000 souls to do that. Alright, let me go back here, then... Probably here, this might be the easier way, because the beginning is very annoying with how you have to kite them, if you only want to fight one at a time. So, let me grab a couple of souls and check out whatever happens to that room when it actually rotates, before I continue on to the wharf. Also, can I backstab this guy? To be honest, I'm not entirely sure when or how they notice me. Oh, wait, what? I didn't notice the other... Oopsie. I didn't notice the white guy standing next to me. Like, at all. I just didn't see him. Yeah, that was... unfortunate. Why didn't I... How blind was I? I didn't notice him being right there. Maybe it's just because I didn't expect that at all. Oopsie, I guess. Whatever. It's not a big deal. That was weird. See, that's also... I don't know if it's because of the visuals, just being... Like, the fact that they're so white. I don't know. Where is he? He's atop the staircase now. No, he's... Oh, he's... Wait a second. Oh, I guess? Did I... That's weird. Alright, they're both turning back now. I guess I... just forgot about... For some reason, I thought there was only one of them here. Well, at least I can kite him individually. I don't know why I thought that. Well, bye, dude. Why didn't that... What the fuck? They have iframes when they're getting up? That's weird. Alright, maybe it's just my, like, warped perception, but that already looked like it was a lot quicker in terms of being able to use your flask. Why did I... Was he not here? Or did I kite them individually? I thought that there was only this one guy up here. I was wondering about that because before there was one guy sitting next to the chest, and I thought that he might be permanently gone for some reason because well, because he's guarding the chest, I guess. Or, you know what, maybe I also just mistook him for that guy. I think I literally just counted wrong. So I think the guy that was spawning down there, I think they're just moving slightly differently because I spawned in at that bonfire, not at the other one. So that guy down there was the guy sitting next to the chest, I'm pretty sure. And then this guy moving up here is the one that was previously chilling against the railing up here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure about that. And he just has a very wide pattern, right? Moving over there, where he wasn't previously, obviously. Yeah, and still, I guess you can't really backstep them if they, like, already enter their attack animation or something. I dropped my shield for a second there. No. I don't think it had anything to do with that, because he very clearly started his attack right there, and I was still able to backstep him. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it did something wrong in terms of the backstep attack or something. I'm really not sure how that's supposed to work. Also, these guys. I'm entirely unsure as to how you're supposed to backstep them, because they seem to... So, you can't really stealth backstep in this game, I guess. Maybe. But their attacks are very, very bad. Now he's... That's also just so weird how they're programmed, right? Even though I defeated him over here, where the other dude doesn't even see whether or not he dies or not, he still got activated. They've done some very interesting things to how the AI works in this game. Also, that's a new item. Old Knight's Shield. An undated ancient shield, wielded by a warrior from a time so ancient that there exists no record of his endeavors. That's the same thing that the sword says as well. It's extremely low durability. Sometimes just as a thing falls to pieces, it unleashes its last flash of great power. Yeah, so at some point I probably want to try out what happens if these things break. But I feel like it's going to be very underwhelming. Also, I have more than enough souls to turn the room now, so I probably shouldn't bother with this area anymore. But yeah, that whole backstep thing, I felt like was a lot clearer in Dark Souls 1. I don't know, somehow it seems very, I guess floaty could be a term to describe that. It's kind of, it's hard to put into words, but it feels strange finding that particular spot. Not that it was entirely obvious in Dark Souls 1. I felt like the backstep sometimes just didn't go off in that game as well. But maybe it's because of the animation or something that it does. I don't really know what it is, but it feels weird doing backsteps in this game. So far, anyway. It just seems like there is a very, like, fluid state of entering that backstep animation. Maybe it's the animation itself, that it's just a bit unclear as to whether or not you've actually hit it or not. Like, I felt like for a couple of frames there, it was sort of very hard to determine whether or not I hit the backstep, and so I thought I did, but I actually didn't, and so I got hit by his counterattack in a way.
Just speak up if you're in need. That's...
Alright, let's see. So, I wonder if there's going to be a point where I can move this room myself.
Go ahead. May the power of miracles be with you. Offer your souls to the gods.
One thing that I'm also wondering about, like in Dark Souls 1, I think you can also like hit and kill NPCs, right? I'm pretty sure that there is like a different questline or a different outcome. So in Dark Souls 1 you can free that one knight that is locked in a cell. Very early on, it's like one of the first levels basically you go to. He returns to Firelink Shrine, and later on at a certain point, I think it's after you ring the second bell, maybe, he kills the Firekeeper below Firelink Shrine, extinguishing the flame. Later you can resurrect her, I think. I'm not 100% on that because I didn't try it, but you should be able to kill him before he does that, and I wonder if that changes the questline somehow. If it's even a questline, I'm not entirely sure about that, but what would happen if you now killed her and maybe you hadn't entered Height's Tower of Flame? Would you not be able to turn this room anymore? Or can't you kill her? Is she getting up again? I don't want to try that, obviously, but why are there so many messages here? What the hell? Rogue water? I think that's also a new item. Maybe? Yeah, this one. Oh, you know what I just noticed? If you pick up an item, it actually doesn't show you its symbol, does it? That's a very unfortunate design choice, I feel like. That's why I'm constantly searching my menus and looking for the item. Yeah, it only shows you its name. It doesn't show you the symbol, which is completely backwards, right? That shouldn't... That's the whole point of having symbols to items, is so that you can quickly identify where they are. But you're picking it up, it just says Rogue Water 1, right? So you know what it's called, you know how many you got, but you don't know what it looks like. And then you're entering your menu, and instead of having a list of names, this menu just has a list of symbols. So it's completely disconnected, the two things. I just really realized that. That's a very, very weird and honestly just bad UI choice that I haven't seen a game do, I think, so far. So I remember, for example, Skyrim, back in the day when it released. was very heavily criticized because it uses a very console-friendly interface, right? The whole UI that Skyrim has is very much built around the fact that it released on Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3 back in the day. And it's actually very bad to use with a mouse and keyboard. So one of the first mods that came out for it on PC obviously was a UI overhaul, right? And I think there is a very, very good UI overhaul now where it displays more information and generally sorts the items that you get in a much better way, because Skyrim has these long lists of text as menus, right? Where you have to scroll, especially if you have a lot of items, which you can have, like the amount of stuff that you can carry around in Skyrim is nuts. It's way too much. And so I would have like 40 different potions, for example, and you can scroll through all of them. And it's a list of names, but it is consistent in that way, in that it always shows you the names of items. And so you know what something's called when you pick it up, and you just scroll through your menu in order to find it, and it will tell you the name of it. But having something that is as disconnected as this, where it does not show you the symbol for the item, and then you're going into your menu and you're completely confused as to what it is that you picked up, right? And the only reason why I was able to see, oh yeah, this is what I picked up, is because it's the one symbol that I didn't recognize, right? Restores HP and spell uses. Okay. There's a lot of these items in this game where they restore HP and then do something else as well. This leads back up. It's weird. Why are there so many messages here? What's wrong with people? There's literally a message like, look at these messages and how evenly distributed they are. Well, not entirely, but certainly. I wonder if the game has some sort of... Well, it probably has, right? Messages, I think, never really overlap each other. So there might be some internal, like, algorithm that determines how many messages can be displayed per, I guess, a couple of feet or a couple of meters, right? And maybe that's why they look so orderly. But that's weird. And now they completely stop. It's only here. Maybe this counts as like a different place, although there is a message up there. Where the hell am I? I honestly didn't expect this to be such a long path. Okay. Yeah, that's... What the hell is this? It's almost like there's an invisible stone here. But it is literally invisible, right? Yeah. It's just, I think the texture just doesn't fit the model or whatever. But yeah, I thought that it was literally just the item that you could see before turning the room, but it apparently is an entirely different level. But it's leading back up, so... Huh. This is a very long path. With literally nothing in it, by the way, right? I mean, there's not even like interesting objects. It's just a wall of stone and no enemies, nothing. Who are you? What is going on? You're an NPC. In a chair, looking towards a wall. Ooh, you look like the sorcerer dude from... Oh, and what's that back there? You look like the sorcerer dude from the first game, just with a... This is literally another level. Holy shit.
I don't know who you are, but leave me be. The frailty of the weak disrupts the dark.
What? The frailty of the weak disrupts the dark. So he's essentially saying, I'm weak, and therefore
Leave
I'm
me alone.
disrupting something?
I'm interested in one thing, dark. You haven't the gift.
Gift. Dark. So dark is a form of magic in this game, right? As far as I know up until this point, at least there's like a resistance for it, and I think I have a ring where I can purchase a ring somewhere that would boost dark defense or something.
Leave me alone. I'm interested.
What's going on with him? He's sitting in a chair looking at a wall in a cave. I mean, it would have probably been more natural for him to just sit on the floor, but literally sitting in a chair pointing at a wall when there's a path behind him, that just seems, I mean, uncomfortable, to be completely honest, right? Think about it. If you would sit that way anywhere, I think that would be incredibly uncomfortable, having a wall right in front of you, but a very, very long and open path behind you. Where am I? Huntsman's Copse. Yet another new level. Holy shit. Okay. I think you might be able to see this Colosseum-looking thing from Majula? Maybe? I'm honestly not entirely certain about that. There are also some very high mountains here. Didn't realize how high they actually are. Undead Refuge. Technically sounds like something I want to be in, right? Since I'm an undead. Oh, this is... So it's sorted before the Grave of Saints in the Gutter. Huntsman's Copse was the name of the entire area, right? Let me just write that down. I really don't want to miss anything. So it's after the Lost Bastia. It's called I also need to... 1 second. Huntsman's Copse, and I'm at the Undead Refuge. I wonder if the Undead Refuge is supposed to be the big Colosseum thing, or if that's like something in front here. Let me check one thing, because I'm not entirely certain about the meaning of the word copse. Oh, okay. So it's like a small forest, basically. What am I supposed to make of this? Reminds me a little bit of a similar looking building in Dark Souls 1 DLC, but I think that's where you fight Certorius, right? But that one in Dark Souls 1 looks a lot higher. This one looks wider. Where is Majula over there, or am I at a completely different place? Try jumping? Nope, I won't do that. Once again, these areas are very intriguing, right? To the point where you want to continue, but also don't want to continue. There's also... Huh. So he's laughing the same way that the dudes in the... What's it called? The grave area? The dudes there were laughing as well. He looks like a bandit of sorts, though. So very different to those guys. No idea what you were doing. Is he eating the ground? What's with you guys? Also, again, very confusing as to why there are quote-unquote like normal enemies here. Oh, he's not dead. There's a lot of areas that just straight up have these normal hollow enemies in them. That's poison. Great, another poison area. That's probably my prompt to turn back. Cool, I guess. Going to be interesting. Wait, that's a giant sword that sticks in the middle there, right? Isn't it? Pretty sure that's a sword. So very similar to the statues in the castle and forest of fallen giants, right? Those statues had these giant stone swords as well. Why would there be one here, though? Anyway, let's actually continue where I want to continue and not think about areas I'm not at yet before I'm there. So, I have 1,000 souls. I can't really do anything with that. So, one thing that I want to try out is to actually test what happens if I use one of these blue cracked things. Because that's my covenant, right? As far as I know anyway. So, right, this one, the Dark Trochus? Trochus, probably? That boosts dark defense. I haven't seen any enemy using dark attacks, though. Alright, so let me reread this. Invade the world of the guilty can only be used by members of the Blue Sentinels Covenant, which, that's where I'm in. I wonder if these even drop if you're not part of that covenant. Punish the guilty to strengthen the bond with your covenant. So, that would rank me up then. I'd imagine, at least judging by this description, that if I'm successful in defeating one of the guilty, it would rank me up 1, I guess. Right? Oh, I can't use it. Wait, what? Maybe that's because I'm next to a bonfire? That's interesting. Or maybe that's because there isn't anyone guilty here? No, But I am part of that covenant, am I not? Wait, can I... No, I can't use this one either. So maybe you can only use it... Well, wait a second. So this one is to invade other worlds. Defeat the master of the world you have invaded to acquire a token of spite. The residual sense of those... Oh, never mind. You know what? I think I need to be human for that to work. Probably, right? Oh, that's actually not what I wanted to do. Because that's usually how it worked in Dark Souls 1. In Dark Souls 1, you need to be human in order to be invaded. Interestingly enough, though, in this game, I could be invaded at least by NPCs, even though I wasn't human. So I assumed that that would have been the same thing with normal players as well, where you can only where it doesn't matter whether or not you are human. No, all right, has nothing to do with that. Never mind then. You know what? Because these things change, right? The like orange outline here. I was wondering whether or not that might have had anything to do with online connectivity or something. So the orange may be indicating that there is a lot of player activity here currently. But maybe that's not it. Maybe that's something entirely different. Let's just travel to the other bonfire and see if we can use it there. Maybe it's because I wasn't... Like, I was beyond the boss room of this area? Nope. I can use this one here, though. Okay. So I could invade another world. Let me see. This one leaves behind a summon sign, right? Making me... be summoned as a phantom to another... Yeah, so this way you can help others. Weirdly enough, considering that the Blue Sentinels are apparently all about helping each other, shouldn't there also be a covenant, or shouldn't the Blue Sentinels also be ranked up by helping other players? Shouldn't there be like an option for that as well? Like a covenant that specifically increases in rank if you are summoned to another world and subsequently kill a boss together with another player. Wouldn't that also rank up your where it should in that case rank up your covenant. Oh, whoopsie. So I could invade another world. I guess that the Cracked Blue Isle probably needs... It probably needs another player in that particular area that has actually invaded somebody, right? Because that's the only way that it works. It specifically talks about the guilty. So either there is just not a lot of online activity going on, or I'm missing something else. But I am member of that particular covenant, right? Can I actually look at that somewhere? Way of Blue. Presently affiliated covenant. That's the Blue Sentinels, correct? I wonder if there's any way to know if an area has people in it that you can punish. Because that's a bit underwhelming, right? If you need to get lucky. I mean, obviously I realize that this is a very old game, right? So online activity might be limited in a way. Also considering that... Wait a second. Didn't I... Cross-region play is put to restricted. If I allow that, technically it should increase the amount that it can be both invaded, but also invade myself. Did it save that? Although it probably means that I would also be, like, introduce a lot more lag. Still can't use that though. Because I never really knew about... So the messages are persistent, right? I think messages are somewhat persistent in that they... If I put down a message, it's going to stay around for a very long time, right? So people who leave behind these messages aren't necessarily online. I guess there has to be some sort of priority system, how the game assigns whether or not messages are actually displayed. So I'd imagine that people who might have been online recently or who are online for a longer period of time in a particular level especially than other players, I'd guess that the game would display their messages more frequently. Also, obviously, messages that have been rated more than others probably have a higher chance of appearing. Although there are also the bloodstains. I wonder how that works then. How does the game determine whether or not it actually shows a bloodstain like this, right? Because I always thought that they would basically be more recent than the messages. You would think that the bloodstains are basically people that have died here recently, whereas messages are a lot more persistent, I think. At least, obviously, I don't know. I have no idea, and there's no way for me to find out. It's just, that's what I'd assume happens. But yeah, so I'd have to get lucky, basically, to get to a place where there might actually be an invader currently killing other people in order to be able to use this item. And I think I said that before as well. Oh, 1 second. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. What was it that I was talking about? Yeah, so, it is a bit weird to me, and I think I said that before, that they would introduce NPC invaders, basically introducing you to that particular mechanic, but then have a literal covenant that you can rank up in game that seemingly is impossible to rank up because there's literally nobody there that would make it possible for you to rank it up, right? Unless I'm misunderstanding something here. So I think at this point, even though I wanted to test out the item, since it's not possible seemingly, I'm just gonna, I guess, check in frequently whether or not I'm able to use it at a certain point. I don't know, again, there's no way to determine whether or not there is somebody that's currently killing players. And I haven't really been invaded myself, so maybe PvP activity in general just isn't that high currently. I guess, right? I don't know. Seems a bit strange, all things considered. Alright, well, at least I know where that other path leads, so at some point I'm going to come back to this area. So let me get to No Man's Wharf then, and actually continue a new area. But I do want to traverse one more time from Heights Tower to that area in order to determine whether or not I missed something on the way. I don't think I did, but still, I want to check it out. Oh, wrong way. I need to continue up here. Interestingly enough, this area, unless you actually want to continue past the dragon, or worm, whatever, isn't all that big. Like, this is a million times smaller than the Forest of the Fallen Giants, right? All things considered. There's almost no side areas here, or secrets, seemingly, stuff like that. Okay, so I've seen this already. I think down here is where I killed one of those knight dudes with the sun shield. And where I got my second Estus upgrade, right? Wait, was that here? I think it was. Also, these transitional areas very rarely actually have anything in them. I wonder why they're designed this way. Oh, never mind, I forgot about you. But I wonder if they just need all the space to unload assets and load them back in. Because remember, this was obviously a PlayStation 3 game at some point, right? So maybe they actually just needed all of this transitional stuff to be able to load in new assets or something. These areas just seem very expansive, right? Once again with the weird illusion stuff. I wonder what people are talking about. Weakness back? What the hell? So this is where... I think this is where the dude, like the knight with the sun shield was, right? And this is where I found the upgrade material, yes. So those guys stay dead, apparently. Which now makes me wonder whether or not the guy in the forest stays dead. In front of the ornate door. But yeah, I mean, this just seems like a very large, empty area, doesn't it? I mean, it looks kind of cool, I guess. But for the most part, it's, like, literally empty, so... Huh. Also, this elevator, right, actually makes sense, I think. Because the Wharf, even though now it looks very piratey and sort of taken over by hollows, the Wharf seems like sort of a hidden place for whatever kingdom existed here before to store their ships, right? So they probably use that place to hide their ships from incoming enemies, or to, like, in general, just hide the strength of their ship force, I guess. And considering that they probably brought in all kinds of wares, and also probably trade items with other nations, whatever, having a very big elevator like this would make a whole lot of sense, right? They probably, realistically speaking, wouldn't build it like this, where it's like almost ornate and, I don't know, just very, what can you call this? It just looks almost like a luxury place or whatever. Although, I mean, that might also be what the kingdom was before it fell to ruin. But yeah, as a sort of transport elevator for very heavy stuff that they might have carried in from abroad, this does make a lot of sense to be here. And this is Tripura horse butthole. I don't know about these messages, to be honest. Most of the messages in Dark Souls 2 so far just seem very, very, I don't know, useless. Whereas in Dark Souls 1, they seemed a lot more, I don't know, well, useful, obviously, right? If they're useless here, I guess is what I'm trying to say, but I don't know if there's just a different algorithm, how they display the messages or whatever it is, but most of the messages just seem stuff that is completely unrelated to the point that they exist at. I don't know. Huh. And another statue. that I haven't been able to get another branch of Yor to get rid of him. Although, now that I look at this, this is a destroyed wall, right? So you would think that this didn't exist before. So when the whole place was built, like originally built, this path through the wall most likely did not exist. Meaning that when the elevator was built, this path probably also didn't exist. Either I'm misinterpreting something here, but that seems strange, right? So the elevator had a different purpose then, most likely. And it would be connected to whatever's behind the statue dude. Also, it's very unlucky that whatever petrifies things always petrifies people right where you can't progress through. I mean, obviously that's gameplay related, but yeah. It's just a very, I guess, weird and funny observation. Alright, then we have this bonfire behind the cave, or in this cave. That stone is floating. Unfortunate. And then this continues on to the wharf. Alright, I'm very quickly taking a 5-minute break. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Let's get into this. Let's actually finally travel to a new area. And before I go there, I'm now always going to check whether or not I can use this item. So, the correct eye orb, though, I think I wasn't able to use when I wasn't human. So you probably do need to be human in order to be able to invade. Whether or not that holds true for being able to punish invaders, that's probably going to be a different thing, huh? Right, let's see here. I remember this one dude shooting with fire arrows at me, so I need to keep that in mind, I guess. At least there is finally a place to use your torch for. A couple of places. Whoa! What the fuck are you? Really? Dogs again? Can you stop shooting at me? You're... Oh. Well, I mean, I guess that's the end of my human days. Okay, so the way to get to No Man's Wharf is through... Well, fuck, that's annoying. Wait, is there even any way to light my torch in this area? I don't think there is. I would essentially have to go back to Majula. And then I would have to carry the torch through all of Heights Tower? That doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, does it? So either I'm missing, like, a different way of igniting those things? Or igniting my torch, I guess? Oh, the dog's waiting over there. I didn't see him. I mean, it is fairly dark in here. Really? At least he's dying in one hit. Okay. I should be able to ignite these things though, right? So I guess I need to keep an eye out for where I'm actually going. still very interesting to me that they're putting... So this is the area after Heights Tower. So once you're here, you've already dealt with definitely more difficult enemies than whoever these guys are, right? I mean, they very much look like... Oh, you look different. You look like the Viking of sorts. They very much look like, I guess, the pirate crew or ship crew. I don't necessarily know whether or not they're pirates, but yeah, they look just humans that were on these ships and then turned to hollows, right? So... Why is there a message here? Gorgeous view ahead. You mean the wall? Sure. Oh, wait, there's a... Didn't see you before. Titanite shard. Well, that's underwhelming. See, I mean, even the items that you find here seem to suggest that this is like an earlier area. I wonder if there's another way to get here. Maybe? Soul of a Proud Knight. Is there a way to ignite the... How? There are so many of these, right? How would you get a torch here, though? Or can you travel... I don't really want to respawn the enemies, though. I mean, they're not really difficult, but still. Wait, let me think for a second. So this is clearly after Heights Tower. There aren't any kind of torches in Heights Tower, though. So literally the next torch would be things betwixt? Probably? In the Forest of the Fallen Giants there's also torches that you can ignite, right? Yeah. But that's very far away as well. Wait a second. Is there a way to ignite my torch? Like normally? I don't think there is. Although I never tried. The thing is, it's not a special menu item or anything. I think you actually, you just need to find a place to ignite your torch, correct? It's not those flames up above, though. Didn't drop anything. What the? How the hell did that attack miss? The problem is although maybe there is a place to actually ignite your torch here. I mean, otherwise it wouldn't make sense, right? Oh, hi. Why the... Did he jump down? Where the hell did you come from? Again, the first hit just didn't hit him. What the... And they're using Estus? Where the hell did he come from? I think he jumped down from the ship, didn't he? He must have... So, I guess there's going to be a way to get up there at some point. Is that an enemy? Most likely, right? I mean, there should be, so I think in the Forest of the Fallen Giants, there was one place where you could light your torch, right? There was one place where it was already ignited, and that was where you had to go in order to ignite the other ones. So I suspect that it is going to be fairly similar here as well. Maybe over there even, where it's lit. I wonder why that thing at the ceiling is shaded so differently. Almost looks like something that might fall down at a certain point. At least nobody else is shooting at me. So can you... Yeah, this is shallow enough. Also interesting. I mean, there's certainly a bunch of enemies left, but nothing major, I guess. Yeah, that might be the place where you can get fire to ignite all of these things. I suppose. I mean, it would make sense, right? And again... Oh, whoopsie. Well, at least I don't die here. Again, I've had that a couple of times now where... what are you guys doing? Where I hit... Or where both enemies look like I should have hit them, but I only hit one of them. So I'm still not entirely sure whether or not there is some sort of hidden multiplier or something that makes you not hit enemies sometimes. Maybe it's also connected to adaptability, maybe it's just some way of how your weapon connects with them. I mean, there's a bunch of different... Dark pine resin. There's a bunch of different reasons why that could be. It is strange, though. Dark pine resin. Apply dark to right-hand weapon. That's new, right? The first game didn't have any kind of dark stuff. Hexed pine resin. Applies dark flame to right-hand weapon. The affected weapon inflicts dark damage for a short time, particularly effective against enemies that fear dark, such as clerics and magical creatures. Okay. So normal magic is effective against heavily armored foes or creatures with thick scale, so dragons, worms, whatever. Then you have the gold pine resin, which is lightning, which is effective against magic and fire, and dark is effective against clerics and magical creatures. Now obviously these resins seem to be fairly rare, so I don't know at what point you actually want to use them. I wonder, looking at this, so the Pursuer uses what is most likely dark magic, or at least it looks like it, although his weapon, when you fight him, glows bluish, which would suggest normal magic. Either way, you'd probably want to use gold pine resin against him, right? Although he does seem to be fairly heavily armored as well. There's literal staircase here. It is a bit hard to see here at certain places. Oh wait, he is wielding a torch. I wonder if I have to lure him to places where things ignite. Because if he's wielding that... Yeah, I saw you. Get over yourself. If he's wielding that and it's not a stationary torch, I don't think I can actually use it, right? Also, what's going on with you? What? Why isn't he attacking me? Can I, like, push him outwards towards the place that I want to ignite? Maybe? What's going on with you? You're weird. I could probably just kill him, but I just want to try this, to be honest. Why isn't he attacking me? What's the deal with you? Can you please move? I don't think that works, but I want to try. I don't think I mean, this is definitely not the way you're supposed to do this. I don't know, I guess I just kill him. Wait, what? Oh yeah. He is weird. Okay, so he drops torches. Which, that makes sense, because I was wondering about that. That's actually, I think, the first enemy where you can farm torches. Right? I don't think I've actually encountered another enemy who drops them. Which was always weird to me, because I thought about... Well, technically you don't need torches, right? So you can always traverse areas just by... oh, by the way, I probably want to check this item again. Yeah, still can't use it. Although I'm not human again either. No, whatever. But yeah, the thing that I was confused by is, up until this point, torches have basically been a very limited resource. Can you die here? I think you can die here, right? If you go too far into the water for some reason. Yeah, torches have been a limited resource. Well, not only a limited, but a hard-capped resource, right? The only torches that I found so far, I think, I'm not 100% on that, but the only torches that I found so far, I think, were items, well, basically on the floor, right? Things that you can only find once. Whereas this dropped from an enemy, so it was, where it is farmable. So, having said that, well, I mean, again, you don't need torches to progress. They're just making it easier, right? Because they're obviously lighting up the area. So I guess there's probably not going to be a point in the game where you actually have to use a torch, I'd imagine. Although, well, now they're farmable. Friend ahead. Oh, yeah, because he's not attacking me, I guess. Although, maybe you're supposed to keep him alive? Iron arrows. Maybe I could have talked to him? Is there even a way I can progress now? Oh yeah, beyond the boat, I think. Oh, and wait. Let me quickly check back here. Oh, never mind. That's blocked off. Yeah, okay. So that's a shortcut that you can probably unlock at some point. I wonder if I shouldn't have killed him. But I mean, he still looked very much like a normal enemy. I don't think that you can actually, like, prompt him to ignite one of these flames. That would be kind of weird, right? Also, I mean, I pretty much stood in front... Oh, whoops. I pretty much stood in front of him the entire time, right? So... I guess if there would have been a prompt at some point... then I should have been able to see it. I'm really... Oh, hi. I'm really confused by the design of this area. This seems like, after the Forest of Fallen Giants, the sort of natural progression where you would go next, right? In terms of... Because it's literally the same enemies from the forest. Why is Heights Tower in between? That just seems so random, doesn't it? Charmer ahead and then Fatigue. Okay. This is where the dude with the flame stood. Oops. Oh, for fuck's sake, I stood the... Whatever. I wondered if the cage was doing anything. I don't think it is, but... Huh. That's an NPC. I suspect. Who the hell are you? You actually do look like some sort of pirate, maybe? You have a very unique and very cool looking hat.
What is it?
Wait, that's a woman?
I don't know you.
Oh, that's a mask.
You don't know me. Things are better that way.
They're wearing a mask.
You are an odd one. Normally, people keep a safe distance when they see this mask. But you...
Well, I have no idea what it means, so...
I'm called Lucatil. From the land of Mira to the far east, across the mountains.
Okay.
They say Drang Lake brims with powerful souls. And so I came to claim my share. But what a strange place. Even the rumors did not prepare me. You are an odd one indeed. I've always made a point of avoiding people, while you've made a point of engaging me. I can see that you are mid-journey. If you require assistance, I will help you.
Oh, thank you very much.
I come from Mira, a land of knights. My sword is always ready. Don't hesitate to call upon me. Whatever happens, I won't be missed.
Suggesting that we might be able to summon her? I'm always kind of intrigued by these Souls NPCs, right? Like, she's literally standing here, like, between a bunch of enemies, just chilling. Just hanging around, right? Not bothered by anything that's going on here, seemingly.
An odd one indeed.
Alright, so...
I can't... Don't...
I guess I can summon her? Is what she's talking about? Probably? At some point? Maybe? Huh. They also drop arrows. There's a bunch of enemies here, but again, it's... This area is strange in its design. The fact that it comes after Heights Tower is what's so intriguing to me. Almost as if you can go here from a different direction as well. Let me check out that later. I also wonder at what point you might be able to actually find flames, torches. Because that guy that was just like the spirit that I just saw definitely had one. Pointless? Hurrah for pointless and then pointless required ahead. What? That makes it seem like you can use this fire somehow. Doesn't it? What's going on here? Am I missing something with the torch mechanic? Are you supposed to shoot this thing down or something? I don't really have anything for that, though. That's maybe why they're giving you the iron arrows? This is weird, right? Like, logically, you should be able to just ignite your torch here. Because, like, it's literally... If you hold your torch up, then it would ignite. What a weird choice. I guess I still have to progress further until I find some place to light my torch. What a weird decision, though, right? Especially considering, wouldn't it make sense to actually give the player the opportunity to light all of these up? In case you do die, you would be able to then just see your path a lot better. So I have a feeling I'm actually missing something with the torches here. Guess I need to heal. Yeah, also I think having 10 adaptability, like the difference from 9 to 10 in terms of consuming Estus seems very significant. Maybe that's just a feeling that I get, but does seem to be the case. Again, with your pointless things. Oh, hi. I mean, there is a couple of places that are lit up, but nothing so far that would suggest that I would actually be able to ignite my torch somewhere. So I'm really getting the feeling that I'm missing something crucial. Was he just waving his... Oh! Never mind, he's throwing something else. Oh, he's throwing oil, I think. Yeah, I think he's throwing around oil. And then probably hoping that the fire arrow dude will ignite me. What the fuck are you? He's... What? Who's that? So he's inflicting bleed. Once again, I said that as well. The resistance bar looks weird. I don't know why they decided to make it have a yellow background that fills up with a red bar. I don't know if it's because I come from like Dark Souls 1 and it was different there, and I think it's also very different in Bloodborne. It, like, visually, it just looks weird because it looks like right. You know why it looks weird? Because in Dark Souls 1, the bar fills up, right? And then once you are poisoned, or once you do bleed, then it has the, I think, yellowish background, and it then goes down again, obviously, until the effect expires, right? So seeing that bar design here in Dark Souls 2 makes you think that you got inflicted by bleed or poison, when in fact, you're not, right? It's still the bar going up. Once again, a very weird UI choice. And can we talk about this weird enemy? What the hell is going on with that guy? Why so many bloodstains? There is another one of those. They look... Why are they here? And another one. What are they? Are they just transformed people? Or, oh, for fuck's sake, I thought there was an enemy coming up from behind me. Are they somehow transformed or something? Because their face at least somewhat reminds me of the Giants. Oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah, I know. I hate... Oh, it also has a sound effect. If you bleed. Did he even lose health while I was bleeding? So the mace is somehow very weird. I hit him 5 times, but only 3 of those hits registered. And the 2 hits that didn't, very much... For fuck's sake! Can you please wait? The 2 hits that didn't register very much looked like they should have. So, slightly confused by that as well. And yeah, their faces, right? The faces of these weird guys. So they definitely look somewhat like transformed beings. Like, whatever happened to people in... See, that should have hit him. And that shouldn't have hit me, I feel like. Let me actually use a life gem. I don't know, the bleed effect doesn't even seem to do anything. Or if it's doing something, it's not very strong. What's my bleed resistance anyway? Isn't it just exactly as high as everything else? It's 54. No, it's even lower than other stuff. But the resistance is just, at least that's what it always was in the other FromSoft games, the resistance is mainly how long it takes until the effect takes place, right? So how I guess fast or slowly the bar fills, not how strong the actual... But these guys all seem to have torches lit. That's what's so confusing. But yeah, the faces of these guys that I just saw very much seem like they've been... Fuck's sake. Emit force? What the fuck's that? The faces seemed like they almost... I mean, they are different to the giants that we encountered in the forest, right? Like, the giants look like basically they have a hood on and then no face in there. And these things very much had a face, right? I don't know what they are, though. Like, are they... What are they? Very weird. I still wonder what that thing's supposed to be. Why that exists. I wonder if you can shoot it down. Be very hard to hit, though. Backstepping. I guess there's something behind this door, probably. Oh yeah, another one of these guys. Whoa! Okay. Well, that's very much scripted, I guess, but it's a very cool effect. They have a weird hitbox. Alright. Radiant life gem. My weapon gets close to breaking, which I don't really like that. What was it that I just found? Something emit force something? Is that a miracle or some sort? Ah, yeah, it's this one. A miracle derived from force emits a forward moving shockwave. I could have also bought this, right? Which is interesting. Throughout history, there have been many examples of imitative miracles, and discerning original from imitator is nigh on impossible, which hardly matters. What? When discerning original from imitator is nigh on impossible? Oh! Alright, when discerning original from imitator is nigh on impossible, which is which, hardly matters. Alright, for a second I was reading that sentence all wrong. Yeah. It's interesting that they always come back to the fact that there are apparently miracles that are not the original, but apparently that doesn't matter, which makes sense that it wouldn't matter, right? It's just about the, I guess, incantation that you're saying rather than the, when it was written down or whatever. Why is that here, though? And again, what are these weird things? I mean, the effect was very cool, though. There's another one over there. The fact that they're making him, like, break the wall, it's pretty cool. Yeah, I don't know. The arm hitboxes are definitely a bit weird. I mean, they're very wide, or rather, they're just... They're not inconsistent or anything, it's just that they're a lot wider than you would expect them to be. It is also rather interesting... Oh, there is another one. They're also very fast. Once again, very interesting that they're suddenly here. And again, that first hit should have hit him. I don't know why it didn't. I feel like enemies, for some reason, have some weird iframes sometimes. So they exist within... these houses for some reason. This seems to be empty. It's just a bit interesting to me that they seem very inconsistent in terms of strength to the other enemies, right? Because so far, the only enemies that you encounter in this level, well, technically not. There are also the enemies with the Viking helmets that potentially are a bit stronger than the normal hollow ones. But still, they very much feel like practically first level enemies, right? They're, for the most part, not much stronger than the things that you encounter in the tutorial. And then suddenly you get these things. And while they're not overly difficult to defeat, they do have, well, twice as much HP as the other guys in this area, which is not that much, all things considered. But the bleeding build-up that they do is very quick, right? If you get hit twice, you bleed. And bleeding took away about half of my health. So, in a way, they're not as strong, I would say, oh. Trap ahead? Really? They're not as strong as I wouldn't consider them to be as strong as the white dudes in Heights Tower. It's certainly close. Do I already have a greatsword? I don't think that I do. Bastard swords. Greatsword. Oh yeah, so it's literally like a thick blade, almost like Cloud's weapon from Final Fantasy VII. Straight sword with a very long blade. One of few ultra great swords. No human was intended to wield a sword of this weight or destructiveness. Only a few famed warriors have ever wielded this great blade, for it challenges the very limits of human ability. Interesting description, considering that, quote-unquote, it only requires 28 strength, because things like this require 50. Obviously, this is a demon hammer, but, I mean, if a normal halberd requires 20 strength, the halberd challenges a warrior's skills, but yeah, okay. So that's still hard to wield. I feel like it almost should have more of a strength requirement. Once again with the fake message. Oh, no, never mind. That's what they were talking about. I forgot about that. I already encountered one of these traps. I wonder if there are mimics in this game. I'd imagine there are, but it's very, very interesting that they also decided to introduce other traps. 2 silver talismans. So that's why it's a trap. Okay. What are these? Transform to blend into environment. A tiny charm embedded with imitative magic. Use to transform into something to blend in. Use this talisman to hide from invaders. Only provides the most superficial camouflage, but sometimes that is enough to do the trick. Okay. I mean, I haven't been invaded so far, so I don't know how useful that would be. You think that it would work on NPC invaders? I have a feeling it doesn't. I don't know. I mean, I guess I have to keep that in mind in case I am invaded at a certain point. Again, I'm still very much confused as to why I haven't found any torchable... No, what would it be called? Like a place where I can light my torch. That's what I'm trying to say. I think there was another dude shooting at me. Right? Because there's only... They only have these... things at the ceiling. Why does this exist? What a weird cave. I also don't really want to run out of durability for my mace. But I have a feeling I'm going to at some point. Because there is quite a lot of enemies here, even though they're not very hard to defeat. There's just quite a lot of them here. Wasn't there a dude shooting at me? Oh, there is a bell of some sort. Interesting. Question being, do I want to ring that? Who's shooting? I guess the guy from downstairs is still shooting at me? I need to drop down here. I don't really want to ring this quite yet. I feel like I am sort of missing other stuff first. So I guess before I jump over there, I'm going back to that area where the guy's shooting me from with the 2 dogs. Interestingly enough, yeah, it's been definitely quite a while, practically since almost the beginning of the game, that I am actually low on durability on my weapon. I wonder if I'm supposed to jump down from here, probably, right? Oh, great. What are you doing? Okay, so far so good. For a second I thought the dogs were running up to me. I don't think this is a trap. Nope. Repair powder. I completely forgot about the fact that that exists. So I can repair my weapon. Wait, can I? Don't I have to still... No, that wouldn't make any sense. So the repair powder should technically work at any point in time, right? Is there... Alright. Somebody was drinking something. That sounded very odd. Shit. Probably... What? Oh, seriously? Well, at least it still didn't break. That was not how I planned this to go. Oh, that's the dude over there. I see. Behind the bars. He's drinking something. I wonder what that's about. So, let me see. This is the repair powder, right? Restore equipment durability. Enchanted met. Oh, for fuck's sake. The spirits always look like somebody's about to attack you. What the hell? Repairs equipment. Use. Oh, that's an interesting effect. And now it... Oh. It only restores durability by about 50%. That's interesting. Well, I guess that's enough, but... I would have thought that it restored the durability, like, completely. Also very interesting that it looks like some sort of magical thing, right? What are you guys doing? Why are you sitting down like that? Scimitar. Oh, I think that's what they're using, right? Pretty sure. I wonder why the dogs aren't attacking me. I would have thought for sure that they were just gonna come in here and... Oh. Brigand hood, armor, gauntlets, trousers, and a bandit axe. Before I look at all that stuff, I want to get rid of these enemies. That freaks me out if they're constantly, like, outside. Why aren't the dogs... What the hell is wrong with you? That's weird that they took so long to get in here. It's also strange that you hear the sound effect. Oh, they're dropping human effigies. Varangian cuffs. It's weird that you hear the drinking sound effect. Alright, so there's quite a lot of stuff that I just found. I hope I can actually get through all of that. Why is he drinking so much? What the fuck's going on? Soul vessel. Oh yeah, this was... Oh, that's just to, yeah, to reallocate your stat points. Okay, so I have a broken Seathorn. Broken straight sword. Scimitar. This is what I found. A small curved sword with a narrow blade. So that's what most of these guys are using here, right? The rapid slashing of the lightweight scimitar hardly allows the victim to catch a breath. Has a sharp blade, but is rather ineffective against armor and hard skin. Okay. So nothing that I necessarily want to use, but certainly interesting. Okay. And then... I don't think that I got a shield, right? We got the Brigand hood. Hood worn by looting brigands, which I guess these guys were at some point. Mountains surround Drunk Lake on three sides. Most travelers who try to cross them end up hapless prey to the countless brigands lurking there. Weird that you would find this in the Wharf, the one place that you probably would encounter from the sea and not through the mountains, right? Brigand armor may appear shoddy, but it is in fact a very functional piece of work. Its materials meticulously crafted together. Okay. And the rest doesn't really say anything different, I think. And when did I get this? I think I forgot to read this, actually. I also forgot when I got it. Shit. The Ring of Binding. An unusual ring of unknown origin. Limits the wearer's HP reduction when hollow. Alas, this ring will not make you human. What is lost is not easily retrieved. So that's just the amount of HP that you lose every time you die is reduced with this. Might be a ring worthy of using when you encounter a boss. Potentially, especially since I'm using this one right now, right? And even though bosses drop a lot of souls, if you're having trouble on a boss, then this might be worth it, right? Very, very interesting. And then Titan Shard. I have a feeling I'm missing something. This sound effect, man. Didn't they... Well, the Brigand stuff? The Scimitar? No, I think that's actually everything that I found here, right? Oh, he's still here. Right, I completely forgot about him. Seriously, that still hit me? Kidding me? Whatever. Wait, what? What the heck is going on here? I think there's like an invisible object here. It shouldn't be here. Let's... Never mind. This time you can actually... that's a normal smooth and silky stone though. I still have a couple of those. Or rather, I dropped 3 of them. Right, I have to go back to Things Betwixt at some point. Because I dropped 3 of the smooth and silky stones into the thing where you can exchange items. Okay, so this time it was actually a proper hidden item. So first of all, why do these things exist? It doesn't make any sense whatsoever, in my opinion. Why would a corpse of a hollow holding an item be invisible? That doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, because the only reason why that would be is if it got enchanted by a person, I guess? But why would somebody do that? Very, very strange. At least you can find them. The problem is, if you do stuff like this, right, you basically have to make sure that you're never doing it accidentally, which was a problem, at least, you know, as far as I could see, when I went to... So when I turned the room, right, to get to the second path, where the woman that sells me miracles is located at, you go up this winding cave, right? And there was one point in that cave where the physical wall stood out further than what the texture or the game was showing me. And I tried to hit it, and it didn't do anything, much like it didn't do anything right here. I suspect it's because when I hit it from this angle, I hit the wall first instead of the actual thing. But that, I don't like that at all, because this makes it prone to seem like it's fine if they do that, even though it doesn't make any sense, but it's fine if they hide items like that. What's not okay, or the issue with this literally is that if at any point in time you accidentally put in objects like that were not meant to be there, and you just didn't catch them during QA testing or something, a player is going to think, oh, that's another hidden object as well, even though it isn't. It's just buggy, right? So if you do stuff like that, you either need to be very, very careful during your QA testing, or you end up running into trouble. That's why I don't really like the design of this. It would have been better had they done some sort of where it's not really invisible, but but still very hard to see if you're not right up against it. right? Had they done something like that, where it visually indicates to you, oh yeah, there is a hidden thing here, but it's not like entirely hidden, right? Then it would be like, then you could actually determine, oh yeah, this was placed here on purpose versus, oh, this is placed here because they didn't QA test it or they didn't catch it during testing, right? Oh. So these things contain the oil. I was wondering. I think I'm oily now. I wonder how long that stays around. Can't be. Well, I'm still very confused by how the hell you're supposed to get how the hell you're supposed to get the fire. Also, these seem to stay around, the stuff. Okay, let me see. So I haven't been there, I think. I also haven't talked to the dude who's drinking. There is one of these secret faces here, though. That's the start of the area, right? I think. Yeah. Let's use one of them. I still have two, anyway. And the only other place... Whoa! What was that sound? What's going on? Oh, it lit up... Oh... Okay, it lit up the big thing. Oh, that's cool. That is very cool. And I guess the sound that I heard was literally just somebody drawing his bow. Well, at least now this place is illuminated a lot more than it was before. But that suggests that I should have been able to light all of the torches before, right? I mean, you would think that it suggests that. So I'm still very confused and very sure that I'm missing something crucial in terms of how you're supposed to light these torches. These are all just hanging at the ceiling, though. They're not able to use them for anything. And I'm also very sure that you can't ignite your torch at a bonfire. At least not... Like, there would have to be a prompt for that, right? So... But where the heck are you supposed to get the fire from? There wasn't any place where you could have gotten it, I don't think. I don't want to rest at the bonfire. Okay. At least now I know, huh? I hope this doesn't... This should only ignite my torch, right? Okay. Well, at least now I know. I think... So this should technically be possible with every bonfire, I'd imagine? I think? I'm very sure. Right? Probably? Most likely? Well, that's... Okay, so... I guess the reason why I didn't notice that up until this point is probably because... there is always a lot of messages right next to the bonfires, right? And that makes it so that most bonfires, it actually says toggle, right? You can toggle through the options at the bonfire because there are messages right in front of it. I also missed that item, which is really interesting. So I guess that's why I never really noticed that option. Unless, and that would, if that's the case, that would be very, 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 very dumb. Unless it's only possible with this bonfire, and it hasn't been possible with the other ones. I actually need to go back and check that. But if that would be the case, that would be entirely stupid and very bad design. Oh right, I completely forgot that you were here as well.
You are an odd one in... Well,
Okay.
I can see. I come, don't head.
Nothing new to say so far. But yeah, if that's indeed the case, where you can't ignite bonfires, torches usually at a bonfire, and now you suddenly can, that would be very dumb. I don't think that's the case. I hope it's not the case. But it's certainly something that might be the case. And again, the reason why I've probably not seen that prompt before is most likely due to the fact that there's a lot of messages next to the bonfires and bloodstains and all kinds of things that always make it seem like you have to toggle through certain stuff. And that's probably because I don't... why I didn't see this option. Also, I wonder if there is a message next to the bonfire, how it toggles, right? So I wonder if... like, does it toggle through all three things? Does it toggle to, I don't know, the message first and then the fire? Not really certain on that. 3 more smooth and silky stones. Weird. So this is just a normal item that you can find. It has three of those, and then there's like a hidden item where you would think that it has something really rare in it, and it's actually just the same thing, but only one of them. Great. Alright, I'm hoping I'm not really missing any of the torches, but on the other hand, it doesn't really matter all that much. At least now I know how it works. I'm really... because that was tripping me up, right? Because it very clearly seemed to indicate that you should be able to traverse this area with a lit up torch. I just completely missed how that was supposed to work. I don't think you could light anything here though, right? With these weird things? I wonder if they would be afraid of fire. I don't think they are, but... would be funny, I guess. Well, it's kind of unfortunate that you can't light up anything here. Oh. This is also the first time that I was able to interact with these wall thingies. Which... that is weird now, because I remember very specifically that I wanted to light my torch on one of those things in the Forest of Fallen Giants. Because in the Forest of Fallen Giants has a lot of, like the castle, right? I'm talking about the castle after the forest, essentially. It has a lot of these, like, wall lights. But you aren't able to light your torch on them. I think because they're a touch higher, right? They're a touch higher up on the wall. But, poor, that's, where the fuck are you shooting me from? Oh, over there. Alright. But yeah, that's unfortunate, to be completely honest. The fact that, this one is able to be set alight. The other ones weren't. Once again, kind of inconsistent design. torch away for now. So, I thought... Shouldn't I have been able to get to the dude who was drinking? Where the hell was that? Certainly not here. Now this place looks lovelier, with all of the lights. Oh, there's also this. Whatever that is. I mean, you can drop down to a couple of places here. I think that's where he was, right? But yeah, I think I actually had to drop down here. Yeah, that's where it is. Okay. So... I guess this is supposed to be a shortcut? I wonder if he's an actual enemy, or if he just looks like one. I think I can jump that? I can. Very interesting. I'm actually not entirely sure whether or not the jump distance is consistent. Because it looks like if you're just jumping like this, it's very much a shorter jump than when you're actually jumping something you're supposed to jump. I wonder if they did something, if the game recognizes, oh yeah, you're trying to jump over a ledge, that increases your actual jump distance. I wonder if that's the case. It would also be very unfortunate, by the way, if that's how it works. Because I don't think that's necessarily good design either. But yeah, that's something you'd have to test, right? Not something that is inherently clear. More of these guys. Do I want to do that with the torch active? Fire arrows. They're afraid of fire, right? Yeah, they are. Okay. Now I get it. For some reason that guy is still attacking me though, so they're not indefinitely afraid of it. Oh, he's actually able to come up the stairs. I wonder if I'm able to hold it like in front of me, right? That hit. Why did that hit me? What the hell? So are they afraid of fire or are they not? Because he certainly doesn't seem to be afraid of me now. What the hell are they doing here? Why? Once again, very strange to see sort of both these normal Viking type enemies and these enemies in the same location. I mean, obviously the Vikings have turned hollow, right? I guess they don't care. What are you doing? Okay, I guess. That wasn't really a trap. That took away a lot of my health. I guess you're not really... You're probably going to turn to the right or anything, but he didn't really come up. Oh, nice. Oh, whatever. But yeah, I wonder what these things are all about. Whoa! Who the hell are you? Like a ninja. He has a very interesting mask. Wait, and he also, what was it that he inflicted me with? That was not normal poison. I'm very sure. At least the symbol looked different. Maybe that was toxic? Because in Dark Souls 1 they're different, right? There's poison and there's toxic. The thing that I don't remember is whether or not there was a separate resistance for the toxic status, or if it's just based on poison resist. Or was this dark that you just inflicted me with? No, it looked like a purple poison symbol, I think. So yet another type of enemy, and I'm still wondering, what are these guys about, right? What's the implication of them? I mean, they must be some sort of... They must have turned into that, right? At least that's what I think happened. What is that sound? The fuck? Oh, those guys. Wait, what? Did the other ones make that same sound? But yeah, for some reason I think that they turned into those things. Obviously I can't know whether or not that's the case, but... Also, for some reason I thought that it worked like Light Town, where they throw things at you that make it toxic, but they appear to have some sort of claw thing that's probably infused with some kind of toxic thing. They make weird sounds, right? Like very weird sounds. Ooh. Wait, what? Where did the poison come from? I don't think I really needed that, but... Oh, this room is poisoned. Oh. Flame butterfly, whatever that is. Well, the life gem is working against the, Fragrant branch of Wharf. Finally, I got another one of those. Nice. I also hear a crystal lizard, I think. Alright. So that's why it said be wary of poison. It's also still building up. Wait, why? Why is it still... Oh, now it's falling. Wow, okay. That took a long time. So for some reason this room is poisoned. Probably because the big vases that were in it are also poisoned. So I got another branch of Wharf, meaning that I can probably deal with the statue that sits between this place and Heights Tower. So if I would go back to the bonfire in this area, and beyond it, there was a statue still that I could use the branch on. Also, I found something else. What was it? This thing. A flame butterfly. Oh, light torch autonomously. So that also exists. Very interesting. Bottle filled with dried red butterflies. This is what also I was wondering about, right? This seems like a... Well, I don't know. It's interesting because when you got the torch, the first thing that I sort of asked myself, so you get the first torch basically in the tutorial, right? And a large part of the tutorial is also lighting all the torches that exist within it. There are even too many torches there, right? Or too many lights, rather, that you can light with the torch. To the point where the 5 minutes that they give you in the tutorial isn't even enough to light all of them if you're just traversing it at a slightly slower pace, right? Because you're still trying to get to know all the things that you can do and the controls and everything. I was asking myself why you wouldn't be able to light the torch on your own, but yeah, now that is answered. There is an actual item for that. Stimulation of these rare butterflies creates a small flame, allowing torches to be lit on the go. These butterflies exude secretions which ignite upon exposure to air, protecting them from natural predators. Known and loved as handy firelighters, but feared as the catalysts of disastrous fires when found in swarms. Also, by the way, if I hadn't gone back, or rather, let's assume that I wouldn't have had one of those stones to use on the face in the ground, right, to light the big fire. That was the only reason that prompted me to go back to the bonfire, because up until that point I thought that I was just missing a fire somewhere in the area, right? But I knew that there had to be a way to light the fires in this area. Lighting the big fire prompted me to think, oh, wait a second, if there's a big fire now, that should mean that there should have been a way to light the fires on the way to get here. Because otherwise it doesn't make sense, right? If you're able to light the big fire first, that doesn't make sense. Because then what are the small fires for, right? So that prompted me to go back to the bonfire, because that was basically the only place that makes sense where I would be able to light my torch. If I hadn't done that, right? If I hadn't activated the ground phase, I would have probably thought that in order to light the fires in this area, there might be something at the end of the area. And so I had just continued probably without going back to my bonfire, which would then have made it so that I would have found this flame butterfly before finding out that you can light your torch at the bonfire, which would have probably meant that I would have thought, like at that point I would have thought, oh, the way to light these fires is with these butterflies. And at that point I probably wouldn't have ever questioned whether or not you can light your torch at a bonfire. Now, that doesn't mean that I wouldn't be able to find out about that later on, right? Obviously, at some point I might have just come up to a bonfire and for some reason got lucky and saw the toggle, or maybe during another area that would have been made more apparent than it was here. I don't know. I still think that, especially making it a toggleable option, considering how many messages can be next to bonfires, that's a pretty big oversight that shouldn't have been the case, to be honest. Also, that's the second repair powder that I need to use in this area. Okay, yeah, so, well, interesting, I guess, right? Let's see what's in here. Oh, that's the... I think that's the way to the shortcut, probably, right? I wonder if that's an NPC. Well, you are clearly not. You're a big dude. You very much look like an NPC. Which would be the second one in this area. Again, very, very interesting. I guess I can just open the shortcut without talking to him. So this is mainly there so that you don't have to fight the weird-looking monsters again. At least most of them.
Who are you? I, Gavlan. Gavlan wheel, Gavlan deal.
What?
Gavlan wants soul. many souls.
So you're a vendor?
What you want?
What do you have?
With Gavlan, you will, you deal.
Why is he going on about a wheel? The fuck is that supposed to mean? Lonesome Gavlan.
Gavlan will, Gavlan deal. Gavlan wants so.
Is that just...
With Gavlan.
Wait, you can sell stuff to him. Is that the first time that we've been able to do that? I think so, right? So I can get finally rid of all the stuff that I don't need, like the double items and things. Increase poise. Ring of Giants. Wait, that's the ring that you can get in the first game as well, isn't it? Or is it? No, I think I'm confusing that with something. The beloved ring of the gallant, shieldless Lothian, formerly of Barossa, increases poise. Lothian was born a peasant and died a general. His determination and diligence were unmatched, especially on the battlefield, where he earned his name by choosing to fight without a shield. So, I think we've heard the name before, we've also heard of Barossa before. It just seems so random that they... Like, the way they mention these places just seems random, right? It seems so disconnected from the game itself. Poison arrows. Okay. And he sells poison moss, poison throwing knives, and rotten pine resin. 20 of those. They're fairly expensive, I would say. Alright, let's see. So, as was the case in the first game, most of these items aren't actually worth all that much. Let's sell the broken straight swords. I definitely don't need to use those anymore. Probably also want to sell the broken thief sword. So the thing is, usually in RPGs, I want to get rid of stuff that I don't need, right? Technically, I definitely need the souls more than the stuff in my inventory. On the other hand, with Dark Souls games, there's always kind of the question of, well, maybe you want to use these items later on, right? As a weapon or whatever the fuck. So I'm not sure, to be completely honest, what I should sell or not. Like, obviously I can sell duplicate items, but for example, do I want to sell the dagger? I don't really need it. It's sort of clogging up my inventory. But at the same time, I don't know, it might be neat to have it for later on, right? Then again, considering how difficult it is to upgrade a lot of stuff, let me just sell it. The only thing is, I definitely want to make sure that I have a couple of other weapons to use if my weapon should actually break. So, for example, the fire longsword is definitely a special weapon in the sense that I found it in like a treasure chest, and you know, it's a bit, I guess. Oh wait, okay. I was confused about that. I didn't actually notice that before. So I was confused why the Hide Knight sword did less damage than the short sword, but it does lightning damage. I didn't see that before. So this would be, like if I'm fighting a magic user, this would be fairly effective then, right? And it scales with, what is that? Wait a second, what did it say? Influence of faith on lightning attack. So faith increases your lightning damage then. Okay. I mean, if I have these ones, right, the Fire Longsword and the Hide Knight Sword, they should both, unless somebody is very, very resistant to those kinds of magics, then these should both be better than this one, technically, right? So let's sell short sword in that case. And then we have bastard swords, which are two-handed weapons, right? And I can definitely sell 3 of these, obviously, because I have 4. I guess I want to keep one of them. I mean, I also have the old knight greatsword, which is probably a better... No, it's actually worse. No, it's not. Wait. That's like poise, right? No, that's weight. Wait, so this is... It weighs a ton more, has less durability. Oh, it has more... No, never mind. It has more... more poise damage, yeah. It has more poise damage. This one has less poise damage, but it weighs a lot less. Okay, and then we have the Drangleic sword, which is also a great sword. And much better than the other 2, but also requires higher stats. I mean, I'm not really gonna go for great swords, I think, at this point in time. But I probably want to keep most of these. Especially the ones that I haven't really been able to use and try out. Considering, well, I have these, right? I always thought about keeping the axe in case my mace breaks. But since I have all these swords, maybe I'll just want to get rid of it. I mean, I could technically buy it from the smith as well, so... Oh, I could actually use the bandit axe as well. I didn't notice that. Right, obviously. Because... Wait. Well, it's a slash weapon, but... Axe and hammer? Weighs 1 more. I wonder if it's good. Seems very strong, right? 155 unupgraded compared to my +4 maze with 168. That might be a worthy upgrade, is what I was trying to say. Alright, let's get rid of the double-winged spears, halberd, old knight halberd. I'm gonna keep those things, right? The whip I will probably never use, but whatever. This one I bought, I don't know why. Buckler, small leather shield, crimson palmer. I can get rid of one of these shields as well. Alright. Well, I guess I want to get rid of the duplicated ones first. So the imported stuff is what I started with, right? Then we have the hunter armor and the leather stuff. Those I found in the forest. The brigand stuff I found here. Then we have the hollow soldier helm. I can get rid of 2 of these. And the hollow soldier armor. Rid of 2 of those as well. I guess in this case, yeah, I'm just going to get rid of the duplicates. I don't know how the hollow infantry helmet probably isn't worth keeping at all, but I don't know. But again, at least I'm able to get rid of all the duplicate stuff now. This is a normal infantry helm. Wait, 31, 32, 30, 30, 38. These were the exact same. The hollow one is just worse. Right? I'm pretty sure. Let me see. 38, 40, 38, 38, 10, 9, 12, 10. And then 7, 7 on the other side. Yeah, this is just straight up better than this one. So let's sell this as well. I think I never read through these, right? Varangian cuffs. Cuffs worn by Varangians that terrorize nearby seas. So these belong to guys that... or the hollows that are here. The coastline stretches far in northern Drangleic. Beyond this northern sea is an unexplored continent, said to be the home of things inhuman. Suggesting that maybe these, I'm just going to call them pirates, so they're Varangians, apparently, whatever that means. Or were at one point. This seems to suggest that maybe they traveled to that northern continent and brought something back that maybe made some of them inhuman as well. So these weird demon-looking things that we encountered here, these monsters, maybe they exist here because they brought something back from wherever they went and, well, didn't know that it would turn them or something, right? Citron Lake stuff, Old Night stuff. Okay. I don't really want to sell any of these rings. I mean, technically I have 2 of these, but I suppose you can probably stack them, right? Are there items that I don't really need? I mean, I don't have spells at this point, but I might want to use that in the future, right? The HP restoration stuff might come in handy at some point. Green Blossoms, I don't know. Temporarily boost stamina recovery speeds. I don't know when that would ever be useful. I don't think that using this item is worth the trade-off of that, right? I mean, when would you ever use this? I guess I'm still gonna keep it. Firebombs and Black Firebombs I haven't really tried. The Witching Urn as well. The problem is, for example, the worm in Heights Tower, I don't think you could really realistically throw it at him without being damaged yourself. Also, the throwing knives are probably useless, right? The simple weapon is easily utilized, its range is limited, and it deals very little damage, but even still, it is a valuable tool in the absence of other ranged weapons. I mean, you can definitely use this to lure enemies to you, right? I haven't really used them, though, thus far. I don't think I ever will, so it might be worth it to just sell them, to be completely honest. Alright, I'll probably sell them, and then immediately after we'll encounter some sort of situation where it would have been incredibly useful to draw out an enemy one by one or something. But I don't know, I don't think these are going to be all that useful. I never used them in Dark Souls 1 either, or rather I tried and they just were pretty bad, so I never did it again. The rest of the stuff I probably want to keep. Right, I could boost my luck. That's only if you want some special drop of an enemy, though, right? Which is kind of pointless if you don't know what they drop, if you've never encountered them before. Although I guess you could probably guess that they're dropping whatever they're wearing. So I guess if you encounter an enemy that has something that you want, you could just use this. Sultan. These are worth a lot. Wow. Well, not a lot, but I mean, 500? That's pretty good. Oh, never mind. I thought that, yeah, I confused these. I got 3 small, smooth and silky stones. This is the one that dropped from the hidden body, right? You know what? I'm going to sell 3 of these, because I don't think that I'm ever going to use as many as I have. And also you can farm them, so... Alright, let me see. Do I want to buy anything that he has? I mean, I guess I could buy the ring, just because I have the souls? The poison moss, I don't really need right now, I feel like. This might be worth getting once I am returning to the gutter. With all of those poisonous statues. I mean, I don't need this, right? I would just take it to, I guess, complete my ring collection. Increases poise. Let's just buy it. I don't really care about that for now.
Many deal, many thanks.
The problem is he's a bit annoying to get back to, right? I mean, technically... Well, not necessarily. I mean, with the shortcut unlocked, you only really have really easy to deal with enemies in front of you. So that shouldn't be too complicated. Wait, let me go back to the equipment screen. So... Oh, right. I was thinking about I had a ring that also did something with poise, but this increases your poise. whereas this increases the reduction of the enemy's poise. Okay. The problem with poise, right, is that it's not entirely clear. Like, it's very, very hard to gauge how useful that stat actually is in Dark Souls, especially in PvE. I think it plays a larger role in PvP, maybe. I'm not so sure about that, but it's definitely hard to gauge how useful it is in PvE. And, well, first of all, it's very hard to test, I feel like. But also, in Dark Souls 1, the equipment that I use for most of the game is doesn't actually have any poise on it. So I was playing through Dark Souls 1 largely without that much poise, I think. So it wasn't all that useful there either. Maybe? Okay, let's see. So I think I pretty much did everything here, so I need to deal with these guys as well. Although, let me see. Let me light my torch again, because I'm still not really sure whether or not they're afraid of fire. And a shield arguably isn't really that useful against them, because... Wait, what's going on? He's trying to get away from the fire, isn't he? Wait, so... I guess they're just initially afraid of it, and then... after a certain point, they just don't care about it anymore? Is that what I'm supposed to take away from this? Because that's what it felt like with the other ones, right? That where I had the torch up. What is this thing? So they both clearly didn't want to attack me right away. Probably because I'm holding the torch. I'm just very unsure whether or not that's actually consistent. What's that dude doing there? Wait. Wait? Okay, that was weird. For a second there, I thought that it reminded me of the pot person in Sekiro. I was wondering whether or not I was hitting an NPC or something. Okay, so somebody's sitting over there as well. I also still hear... or maybe that's him? Now he's getting up. Well, that's weird. Oh, shit. You would have thought that he would get up or go to you if you... Like, I stood right in front of him. Oh, hi. You're the guys that I heard. I mean, this was definitely a better ambush than the last one, I think. Because I certainly didn't notice both of them. Alright, so that seems like it leads towards the end of this area. Or, well, not necessarily the end, but certainly further. Oh, there's another guy here. Hi. Oh, sorry. I still haven't rung the bell at the top. I need to remember that. Oh, this is just... okay. Because for a second I thought that maybe that's how you activated the shortcut, for example, right? By activating the bell. But clearly not. Although this is a very cool shortcut, right? This practically eliminates the entire zone that I just went through. It lets you go here immediately from the bonfire. That's very, very cool. I like that. Okay, let's see what this guy is all about. Yet another NPC in this area. Huh. Once again, like, these NPCs are weird to me. Oh, what is this? Try fire? What? These NPCs are weird to me in the sense that, why is he chilling here, right? Surrounded by monsters and hollows and all kinds of weird things in a dark cave, nonetheless. And he's just chilling. He also doesn't even look like weird or anything, just like an old man.
But it remains dim.
What?
I am Carillion, and I've no interest in the magic impaired.
Thank you.
I see light, but it remains dim. I am Carillion, and I've no interest in the magic impaired.
So he seems like a dude who might, like, give you magic or something? Let me turn off my torch for the time being. I wonder if I need higher stats in order for him to actually interact with me. The weird thing is, though, my intelligence and faith are both at the same point, right? They're both at 6. So why would the miracle lady sell me something and he does not? That would be inconsistent, although maybe the reason why the miracle lady interacts with me at all is because she's also responsible for turning that one room. Maybe? But he very clearly seems to hint at the fact that he only wants to interact with you once you're better at, like... He very much seems like a sorcery person, right? I thought the same thing with the dude that's staring at the wall, that's sitting in the chair in the other area, where he was talking about, like, dark stuff, right? And he made it seem like he didn't really want to have anything to do with you because, well, potentially your stats are too low. I wonder if this is activated by the bell. So you can't seem to activate it this way. Though I have a feeling you should be able to. 1 second. Ooh, I'm sorry. I had to sneeze very, very badly. So yeah, if it says ring, then I think it's probably bringing up some sort of ring, or body with a ring on it. I guess that might have... You think that would be activated by the bell? I don't really know. That would seem like a weird connection. But this isn't really activated by itself, seemingly, either. I mean, I wanted to check out most of the area before ringing the bell, so I'm definitely still going to do that. This definitely continues onwards to potentially, what is the next area? Or the end of this one? Wait, was that a camera change? Oh, I think it just looked weird. Yeah. This boat just seems... Well, it doesn't seem random. That's not what I'm trying to say, but it certainly seems like it would move or something. These look weird. The hell is this supposed to be? Okay. For a second I thought that they were similar to the poisonous, the poisonous vases in that other room. So I suppose you probably have to ring the bell to continue. It very much seems like that would be the case. Right? Because it clearly doesn't continue here. So this very much looks like the ship is supposed to move in, right? So that might be what the bell is doing. It's probably calling the ship over, I'd imagine. So let's do that. The only thing that I still wonder is obviously, if that's the purpose of the bell, then how the hell are you supposed to get the ring? I mean, this... Try fire? Why would fire do anything? I mean, that hint is probably just... Okay, I can't even set it... whatever. Guess that's not really how it works, huh? Maybe you're supposed to interact with him first?
I am.
It's just strange to me, right? There's actually 3 different enemies in this area. Not enemies, NPCs in this area. And they all seem to be completely disconnected from one another. Just randomly being here, right? And they're all just chilling. They're literally not doing anything either. So... But I mean, setting it aflame certainly isn't going to bring up whatever it's holding, right? Let's just ring the bell. Maybe it'll activate both things. Or maybe there's going to be something different, here that will potentially allow me to activate that wheel thing. Okay, this is the normal rate, right? Also, interestingly enough, once you've actually lit up everything, and once you've traversed this area, it doesn't seem to be overly big. I mean, there's certainly quite a number of enemies here, I would say. But, all in all, it's not that big of an area. Wait, how did I... Now I forgot how I actually went up here. Oh yeah, there's here. Staircase is over here. So, also interesting. So technically, you don't necessarily have to light that big flame, right? That isn't really all that helpful, especially considering that if you light up all the small ones, that's probably more than enough in terms of light for this area. So what's the reason for the bigger one? It also doesn't really seem to influence these monster beings in any sort of way, right? At least I don't think so. So it's interesting that you need one of those stones to activate it. That is literally an optional thing, right? Which is kind of interesting and cool that the game has things like that. It's also very unusual, I guess, for Dark Souls, because the first game certainly did not have optional stuff. Okay. Let's see what the bell is doing. Aha! Wow. It's an actual ghost ship. Very cool effect. So there is some sort of fortress or something out there, right? I wonder if the ship is actually supposed to bring you over there. That would be pretty awesome. Very much looks like that's the case. What? Wait, did it also just spawn in the enemies on the ship? That looked very weird. That enemy just appeared. Okay, well, I guess it's fine. You can pull this thing again, though. I guess... Well, yeah, I guess if the ship is actually there to physically transport you to whatever lies beyond the cave, then if you come back to this area, you probably have to call it again, right? Guess that's how that would work. Okay, so I guess let's just take this way. The effect with the lights is definitely very cool. Like the blue flames. Especially with the interaction of the like big yellowish flames that we have here, like the normal flames, quote unquote. The lighting in this game is pretty awesome. I really, really like the graphics. So this game, again, I think I said that at some point. It just, first of all, it looks a lot better than Dark Souls 1. That's very clear. But it also does somewhat show, I feel like, the progression that FromSoft went through in terms of designing their games, in terms of visual fidelity from Dark Souls 1 to Bloodborne. For some reason, every time that I saw, like, I didn't really look at Dark Souls 2 streams or anything too much, right? So I never really, like, paid attention to those. But every time that I saw, I guess, a screenshot or anything from Dark Souls 2, like, at a glance, it never really looked like it looked that much better compared to Dark Souls 1. But now if you're actually playing it yourself, it very much does. I guess it's just very interesting. It looks almost closer to like Dark Souls 3 or Bloodborne than it does to Dark Souls 1, I feel like.
I see. Oh, yeah.
Okay, he just doesn't care that a huge ship just lit up its flames and came over here. Okay, sure, dude. This thing still doesn't activate, though. Try fire. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? I guess that's another confused player, not knowing what the hell they're supposed to do with this thing. I mean, it very clearly has an item on its end, right? I'm sure. I wasn't able to interact with it, though, with the lit up torch. Yeah, I don't know. I don't get this. Weird. I have a feeling I'm missing something here. Question being what? I mean, maybe you need like fire magic, and that's why he sits here. So once you have it, Like, you can use it on this thing? The thing is, why would fire make sense? Like, aren't you trying to turn this thing to get the rope up from, like, out from under the water? Why would you burn it? Eh, whatever. Let's continue on to the ship, I guess. Do I want to take a torch with me? Probably, right? There might be other flames that I can light up on the ship. I mean, at this point I still have 28 minutes. That should be enough. Although it took me about 15 minutes, all things considered, here. So that's also interesting. So yeah, they're still just attacking me though. Like, they're just normal enemies. It's strange. Then there would just be, oh hey, wait, that dude back there looks exactly like the dude from the Bastille Tower thing. Oh, he dropped something as well. Oh, the cuffs. Cool. Okay. Whoa, he has a very wide swing. Isn't that strong though? He looks... Nah, he looks different. I thought... So his... I guess the animation and everything around him looked exactly like the dude from the Bastille. But, his face was covered up, right? Whereas the dude at the Bastille looked like he just had a long white beard. Although from a distance they looked exactly the same, so maybe I'm just, I don't know, missing something there. That's a weird design. Okay. Sure. Also can't interact with this. Okay, so this definitely functions differently to what I was expecting. I was sort of expecting I just went onto the ship and then it would have some sort of bell that I could activate that would then just transport me, or the whole ship rather, to a different place. But apparently that's not really the case. There is a fog door here. Wait, is there a... This very much seems to be the lead up to a boss. Okay. I did not expect that. I honestly expected this to just be a way to get to the next area. But apparently it's not. I mean, you can't interact with it in any sort of way, right? I suppose in order to be able for it to transport you, you have to defeat whatever lies below deck. Is this the room where you would get to by entering the mist? It seems kind of small for a boss, if I'm completely honest. The thing is, I don't have any Estus left. I have more than enough life gems, but I mean, I have the shortcut and everything, right? So getting back here shouldn't be a problem at all. So I think I am actually going back, and I also have, I mean, 17,000 souls at this point aren't that much. Because I need, what, like 3,500 or something for the next level? But it's still not nothing. So I'm just going to go back and then into the mist afterwards. Also, wait a second. It takes like half a second for the toggle option to even appear. No, wait. See, now it doesn't have it. Like, you can rest at the bonfire without having the option to turn or to light your torch. If you're not getting close enough. And then if you're getting a little bit closer in, then it prompts you to light the torch. Yeah, this is definitely a very problematic design. I'd imagine there is probably going to be a couple of players who don't realize that you can actually light the torch here. That's probably a fairly common problem. And a rather unfortunate one at that. Alright, let's just go back to Majula. And I also still wonder whether or not you can permanently increase the bonfire... What's it called? And see, you can't light your torch here, right? Oh no, you can. Alright, so that's definitely possible. But once again, if you approach the bonfire normally, it will just tell you rest at the bonfire, and then you have to go in further to be able to light your torch. And then obviously if there is a message here... Oh, it toggles through all three things. But visually it makes it look like it's only toggling through two things. Okay then. I don't think anybody's really going to mention anything though, right? Should I talk to all the NPCs? I mean... I haven't really done anything. I haven't really defeated anyone, right? So... yeah. Probably no point in talking to everybody. Level up. I wonder if I should try leveling intelligence. I wonder if that would make it possible for me to interact with that dude. Although what would be a good point, like... I mean, the good thing about this is, right, that it also increases my resistances towards magic and fire. I mean, that would be 36 to 60, which is quite a lot. Considering that at this point in time, I'm not really missing either health or strength. It might be a neat idea to do this, just to check it out, right? I want to know whether or not the dude interacts with me if I have more intelligence. Or maybe I also need to level up attunement at some point, probably, maybe. But the magic defense increase is also a thing that might be worth it. I mean, this is 4 levels, right? I could also increase my strength to 22, for example. So, or my vigor to 20. So it is quite a big sacrifice to increase intelligence to 10. And then if I'm talking to the dude and he's literally saying, you know, your flame is still dim, whatever. You know what? Maybe I should, before I do that, try and defeat the boss in the Wharf area. If it's a boss, that is. And then I could go back to him. Maybe he wants me to sort of convince him through action, right? Maybe it's not necessarily the intelligence that I'm missing. Although I'm actually fairly certain that it probably is. Okay, I guess if I'm not gonna level intelligence, I'm just going to level my main stats, right? Strength and... I guess I could go one more point into endurance as well. Let's do this. And I need... Do I just want to level one more? I still have a couple souls that I could use. Not that I really need it, but... What are these giving me? Oh, whoopsie, that's the 800 one. So then this is the 400 one? how much do I need? 4,255. Shit. So I need... No, wait, that should... plus 1,000... Yeah, that should be enough, actually. If these are, in fact, 400. Yes, they are. Alright, so I'll use one more of these. And this one. And that will give me another level. Nice.
Bearer of the sea, lest this...
Let's just go with one more point in strength. Also, you know, in terms of RPGs, I am usually somebody who levels intelligence first as a stat, right? So this is not really what I'm usually doing in RPGs in general, although it is something that I'm usually doing in FromSoft games, because, well, intelligence is for magic and, you know, it's kind of hard to gauge whether or not... I mean, again, I don't even know whether or not the dude is going to talk to me just if I have more intelligence, right? So, I mean, that's certainly something that I might try. So if there is, in fact, the boss, if I defeat it and get souls, I might use those souls to level up intelligence. If it doesn't... Like, if the dude that's sitting next to the ship isn't talking to me after defeating whatever is in it. I wanted to do one other thing, though, and that is, if I go back to this place, the Tower of Flame, now that I found another branch of yore, I want to see what's behind the one petrified statue here. What does this tell me? Try up in short light. What the fuck? That's just telling me that, oh yeah, by the way, this is a lighthouse. Haha. Whatever. Yeah, a lot of the messages in Dark Souls 2 just seem very random for some reason. Maybe I'm just reading more messages than I did back in Dark Souls 1. Although I don't think I am. Oh, wait. No, still can't use it. So, yeah, as I said before, in Dark Souls 1, I definitely also read a couple of messages. Oh, that wasn't the right... Oh, so he dies in 2 hits now. That's cool, I guess. Oh, yeah, I should probably switch back to Estus. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, so far, I guess it's also because, well, the game is certainly different, right? In Dark Souls 1, the messages definitely serve more of a purpose in terms of telling you whether or not there's an illusionary wall, for example. Whereas here, seemingly, that doesn't really exist, right? All the things that are like that, like, I guess, puzzles or hidden things. Although, no, that's not entirely true. I found those hidden items, right? And I'm pretty sure there wasn't a message in front of them. At least not the last one. I'm not sure about the first one that I found. There probably should have been a message there. So yeah, just weird. Kind of weird. Really, really kind of weird. See, I mean, why are there so many messages like this here? Enemy ahead. Try pure luck. Horse butthole. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? There is nobody here. The first enemies are far around this corner. Oh no, never mind. These guys are here. But I mean, that's like a standard normal enemy. I don't know. Like, why are the messages like that? It doesn't really make any sense in my opinion. Yes. I want to see where this leads. Also still really interesting that they're like literally normal hollows, right? Because the one person that I'm actually really interested in, that I probably now need a third branch of yore for, is the woman that is stuck in front of the lever. That looks like she's pulling the lever, right, that I found. That I need to unpetrify as well in order to proceed through that area. At least I think that's what I'm meant to do. So it's, again, kind of weird that there are two statues so far that were petrified and are just normal hollows, seemingly. And then there seems to be a woman that is completely different. And who's that guy? Fatty ahead. Okay. Who the hell are you? I think that's an enemy that I haven't encountered so far. He does seem like he belongs to the other fat enemy dudes. Or maybe he isn't. No, he is an enemy. What's with all the enemies that are just not attacking you? Oh, no, he is. Never mind. Oh yeah, he looks very different though. He's an elephant. What the fuck? Mastodon Great Shield. He was like an elephant looking dude, right? This thing. The symbol looks very similar to, I think, one of the normal Great Shields that you can get in Dark Souls 1. Shield of the Primal Knights that defend Drangleic Castle. Very heavy and has the power of lightning. Wait, the shield has the power of lightning? How does that work? Primal Knights? The brutish and mighty Primal Knights wield the shield as if it were made of paper, but to the ordinary warrior it is a chore to even hold up, owing to its great weight. Whatever was created by Lord Aldir was lost with his disappearance, but the king attempted to revive these things, even if only fragments remained. Okay, so Primal Knights are apparently some elephant-looking dudes that existed here at some point, and then at some later point in time there existed a Lord Aldir who somehow was able to revive those old Primal Knights, and did so for some reason as well. Okay. And what the hell does it mean it has lightning? So if you, like, parry an enemy with this shield, they also get inflicted with lightning damage? Is that what it's trying to tell me? Also, it only requires 30 strength, which, again, not as much as I would have thought. Oh, nice. And another Estus. See, now I feel like I'm actually reaching the point that I was talking about before. In terms of, you know, the beginning of the game sometimes felt almost, well, I wouldn't say unfair, but certainly challenging, right? If you only have like 1 or 2 Estus. But now with potentially 6 flasks, that already feels a lot easier. Knight Helm, Armor, Gauntlets, Leggings. I didn't have that stuff before, I think, right? When did I get a second one? Oh no, I'm equipped with one, and I only sold the yeah, I get it. Alright, so this is something completely different. Metal helmet worn by knights. Standard issue for new Drangalic knights. Knights have long trusted this helmet for its excellent functionality. So this is the normal Drangalic armor then. Okay. And it's not the armor that the guys at the Tower of Height are wearing. So they're not Drangleic then, right? Those are different kinds of kingdoms, I guess. Oh, for fuck's sake. I want to switch between these menus with L1 and R1, but it's not actually the correct way of doing it. Did it again. So, I mean, this very much seems like sort of a standard Dark Souls armor, almost. Which, I mean, I guess it's very interesting that they now give it to you. Let me actually see. So these are, I could equip this. It's 0.1 lighter and pretty much better all around. Except for fire resistance, but that 1 point, it's pretty negligible, all things considered. Oh god! Being hollow in this game really looks quite like something. I wish you would be able to close the visor on it, though. That's weird, right? That you're running around with an open one? That very much looks like the standard Demon Souls armor, doesn't it? Weird that you can't close the visor on it. Do I want to keep it? I mean, it doesn't fit my whole attire as well as the previous one did, but it is better, right? So these are straight up worse, though. So I'm wearing the best armor that I can. I'm basically wearing the best helmet that I can for the most part. These things are already upgraded, so I'd imagine the other things aren't really that much better, except these ones, but they would increase my my weight by too much. These ones as well. They're all pretty heavy. So technically I could probably get into better armor if I increase my carry weight, but I really like my outfit, so I don't think I'm going to do that. The only issue with the helm that I have is, well, first of all, the visor isn't down. Second of all, it looks a lot shinier than the rest of my armor, so I guess the complete aesthetic isn't really all that fitting, but I mean, that happens. This door seems pretty broken. Money bags required ahead and then open area. What? Money bags? Why is that even a word that you can use in these messages? Maybe money bags exist here? Like the ones in Sekiro, the coin purses? I mean, what would be the point of it? This looks very much like, except for the fact that it's clearly a unique model, the door otherwise just looks like something you wouldn't really be able to interact with. Sorry, I had to quickly talk to somebody for a second there. But yeah, this door very much looks like, I don't know, just a dead end, right? Especially since it's broken, it just doesn't look like something you'd be able to interact with. I wonder if you have to lead the big dude here so that he just breaks it down for you. That would be kind of funny, although I don't know how you would be able to achieve that. Other than that, well, I mean, clearly this still leads somewhere, right? You would assume, potentially, very likely. Other than that, this is kind of underwhelming, considering that you need a branch of Yore to even get here. Also, isn't the door's up there, right? So technically it's very, very close to this whole area. And this also winds to the left. So wherever the door leads would be very close to here, I guess. Huh. Okay. Whatever. This is kind of a good stopping point. I kind of want to continue, but I'm not, again, I don't want to promise another afternoon stream if I don't really know if I can make it. There's definitely going to be a stream this evening, but that's only going to be Final Fantasy XIV. You know what? Let me actually travel back to Majula, because I want to save there. But there's definitely going to be a stream this evening, but that's going to be Final Fantasy XIV. We're going to start progging, or rather reprogging, T. Right, which is the Epic of Alexander, the ultimate introduced in Shadowbringers. So, I'm going to be doing that this evening. I still probably need to prepare somewhat for that. Sort of just read up on a couple of strategies again. I already did that for the most part, so there isn't going to be that much more that I need to do. Maybe there is still like a little one sort of weekly thing that I also wanted to do while streaming. So maybe I'm going to start the Final Fantasy stream a bit early, do a couple of things in that game, and then we'll prog the raid as well. And that will probably mean that I won't continue streaming Dark Souls 2. Maybe, though, just maybe, there's going to be another stream. Otherwise, other than the Final Fantasy stream this evening, I'm going to be back on Sunday with Astra's Playroom, right? So hopefully you'll be looking forward to that. I want to do the next level in that game. Yeah, but that's going to be it for now. And next time we'll dive into wherever that ghost ship will lead us, which is very exciting. I'm very looking forward to that. So have a great rest of your day, evening, morning, wherever you are. I hope you'll be back here with the next stream. Until then, have a good one. Bye-bye.